All right. Good morning, Lake County. Welcome to our August 5th, 2025 regular Board of Supervisors meeting. As customary, we'll start off with a moment of silence. Go ahead, Supervisor Mtg.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn this moment of silence into a moment of gratitude. Had a very harrowing experience. Unfortunately, again, we've all experienced this too often. Another fire that could have been a disaster, but we really dodged a bullet. One of the summaries that I received from our local fire district, Lake County Fire Protection District, was this was the most uncontrolled control burn that we could have had. We did have some structures that were damaged. I believe one home was damaged. No homes were lost at this moment in time. And so I think that we were very fortunate and really have great gratitude for all those that were on the ground, the helicopters, the airplanes, the entire teamwork that was displayed both on the mountainside and in the air. Really took something that was horrendously scary and had probably some of the best possible results coming out of it, that we were able to leave with just that level of damage rather than what could have happened. The wind we can't control, but it definitely helped out as well. It was actually part of the team in some sense. But I just want to have a moment of gratitude for all those from outside of the county, within the county, that just fought really hard to make sure that everybody was safe and that fire was able to be contained by about 9:30 p.m. I think everybody started lowering their guards a little bit more. So very thankful and just want to have that moment.
Thank you. Supervisor Pyska, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 5, approval of the consent agenda. Looks like so far we have one item that's pulled. Anybody from the board can pull an item for future discussion. Go ahead. 5.4, did I say? Yep. Oh, item 4.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was getting too ahead of myself.
5.6.
So 1 second. I got to go back to 4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go back to consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Are there any?
There are no items.
Okay, good. All right. So now we'll move on to number 5, approval of consent agenda. So far, I have 5.4, and you said
5.6, I'd like to pull it.
Okay. And so anyone from the board can pull one of these for future discussions as they're non-controversial commonly. However, if there's future discussion or further discussion, we'll pull it. If there's anyone from the public that would like to pull an item, please come forward and let us know which one it is.
I'm going to grab it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. Margot Kambara, Lake County resident. I request that item 5.3 be pulled from the consent agenda. Thank you.
All right. Are there any others? No hands in Zoom. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 5.3, 5.4, and 5.6.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Next is our timed items. We will start out with public input. If there's anyone that would like to come up and speak for 3 minutes and talk about an item that's not appearing on the agenda, we'll give you 3 minutes to state your name for the record. I see one here for Steve Lee, CEO of eCenter, to discuss a couple of subjects. I know one of them is breastfeeding awareness, and that we'll be covering that in a proclamation, but the other, you can speak as long as you want about the other.
Sure. Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chair. I rise today to really just offer my brief support. I'm also joined here with our WIC director, Kim. If you could stand and wave. Tim, our assistant director, and also the chair of our board. We come in here to rise in support of the work that your board has done, particularly with breastfeeding awareness, and obviously that's going to be presented later. But more importantly as well is child abuse awareness. The E-Center has been in operation in Lake County for a number of years. We bring in grant dollars of about $2 million that contribute to the economy. Not only that, but we employed 30 employees. And we continue to do this good work because of your leadership, because your foresight, and really doing the wonderful work here. And so wanted to offer that, and also forwarded a media packet to each of you so that you can easily reference the work that we do here. My card is included in there in the event that you have any questions about our agency and the work that we do, or are looking for opportunities to partnership up. I would welcome that. And in addition to that, we also have a brand new annual report that summarizes the work that we do in Northern California. So thank you so much for your work, and wanted to offer that in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public input? Sorry. All right, Sterling, if you can unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm here about to address the ongoing mismanagement and lack of transparency in the Spring Valley CSA number 2. I did email all of you guys last night, so I hope you have time to look into that. I just want to bring to your guys' attention that I did a PRA, and I got the variance reports from 2017 to present, and it shows a major loss of water that's not being billed. 2017 is 37%, 2018 is 29%, 2019 is 32%, 2020 is 38%, 2021 28%, 22 is 37%, 23 is 45%, 24 is 41%, and we're only halfway through the year in 25, and that is at a 56% water loss. So that's more than half of what's being billed. The total document loss from 2007 to mid-25 is over 133 million gallons of water unaccounted for. This is not a minor discrepancy. This is a multi-year pattern of negligence, with no meaningful solutions being implemented, and yet the residents of Spring Valley are still being asked to pay for more while receiving less. Despite this overwhelming loss, Director Robin Borey chooses to pursue a state federal grant does not pursue a state federal grant to repair the failing water system. Instead, looks back into a 2012 Proposition 218 standby fee, which had never been enforced by previous directors, and charging standby customers the full price of service plus $6 while denying them the right to turn on their water unless they have an active building permit. And then also during the PRA, I got a receipt stating that she circled it as urgent to put a $17,000 fence around $5,000 worth of cold patch instead of looking into grants to fix the failing infrastructure. Also, in 2024, when they were trying to do the 218 process, in the rate study, it does not show any of this water loss. And I believe that if there's that much water loss, you can't even do a 218. So I'd like you guys to look into that. And I'm requesting that you guys put this on the agenda to where we as Spring Valley members can get the transparency and also look into this, because this is major loss and it's unaccounted for and we're not getting anything fixed. But then I see in the budget that a rate study has been approved for this coming year. So before we do another 218, we need to figure out where all this water that's unaccounted for is going. It's almost 50% of water loss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public input? All right, we'll close public input and move on to our next item, 6.2, Pet of the Week.
This way. Good morning. My name is Jonathan, and I work with the Animal Control Department. And this is Jax. He's about a year old. He's a German Shepherd mix, and he's got lots of energy, and he's very friendly. And he's been in our care since June, and he hasn't let the shelter life change his sweet attitude. He's got, like I said, lots of energy, but once he calms down, he knows some basic commands, and he loves to play tug of war and play with his toys, and he'll throw his own toy for himself. He's while in his care, he's spent time with other dogs, and he's got very good manners around both male and female dogs, and he'd do really well with an active family that'll keep his attention and give him lots to learn. If you're curious about him or any other animals, you could come to 4949 Hillbush Drive, where the shelter is, and meet your new best buddy. Have a good one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Jax.
All right. Next item is 6.3, presentation of proclamation designating the month of August 2025 as Child Support Awareness Month. And Vice Chair Rasmussen will be reading this proclamation. And if you're here for the proclamation, please come up and join Supervisor Rasmussen.
Morning. It's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake designating the month of August 2025 as Child Support Awareness Month. Whereas Child Support Awareness Month is recognized in California and nationwide, this year it's important to acknowledge the positive changes and modernization across the country. In the last 5 years, there have been more legislative action improving child support programs than in the past 5 decades. Whereas Child Support Services welcomes the new laws that are making our program more equitable for California families. Our wide range of services is completely free for those paying child support and remain at little to no cost for support recipients. Whereas child support professionals are dedicated to assisting parents and legal guardians in providing consistent support for their children and understand that one size does not fit all, from prioritizing payment to families over aid, recoupment to utilizing enforcement actions that promote payment and family stability. The state is committed to finding solutions and meeting people where they are. Whereas during Child Support Awareness Month, we recognize the role of these efforts to help Californians co-parenting their children to thrive and avoid the expense and hassles that come with attorneys and private companies. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby proclaim the month of August 2025 as Child Support Awareness Month, and encourages all Californians to recognize that by providing for all Californians' children's is one of the best investments our state can make. Passed and adopted this 5th day of August 2025 and signed by our Chair of the Board, E.J. Crandall. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Widener. I'm the Director of the Child Support Office here in Lake County. I just wanted to publicly take the time to thank my staff. They're hardworking. We have a great team. But I also want to introduce my Deputy Director. She is been in the position since December of 24, and she's also our Outreach Coordinator, and she's going to take a couple minutes to talk to you about our program and our services. Thank you. Thank you. Whoops, wrong person. There you go. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Tracy Garcia, and as Tammy mentioned, I'm the new Deputy Director. In honor of 2025 Child Support Awareness Month, please pick a purple ribbon and join us in recognizing this important occasion. Our theme this year is New Laws, New Approach, Best Deal. Our child support services continue to be free for paying parents and those receiving CalWORKs. The non-welfare annual fee for recipients remains no more than $35, just a fraction of the support that they receive. This year marks the first major update in 60 years to the way child support amounts are calculated, resulting in more reasonable orders that parents are better able to pay. Some recent changes to our program include parents released from incarceration now have additional time to establish themselves before resuming payments. A record amount of support is being passed through to parents formerly on cash aid. Outdated enforcement actions have been updated or revoked. I invite you to stop by our office anytime Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, 3980 Guard Street in Kelseyville. Case managers are always available to open child support cases, review your case, to change your child support order, and answer any questions that you may have. We provide several convenient payment options, including a self-service kiosk located in our lobby. Please look for us at upcoming community partner events throughout the county and visit our Facebook page for updates. To learn more or to enroll in our services, visit childsupport.ca.gov. With new laws and a new approach, it is your best deal. Thank you for your continued support and participation.
Thank you.
Did you need a picture?
We're going to go ahead and open it up for public input as well, public comment, just in case. Anybody want to speak on this item?
Not yet.
All right. So we'll close public comment, and then we'll take our picture.
Yeah. Not as quick as you.
Oh, so
I'm older.
I'm not quick at all.
Oh my goodness.
Rachel away. Oh, this is back. You ready? Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Younger than I.
All right, item 6.4, presentation of proclamation designating the month of August 2025 as Breastfeeding Awareness Month in Lake County and consideration of presentation by Motherwise. Supervisor Pyska will be reading this proclamation. If you're here on behalf of this proclamation, please come up and join.
Do you want to come up?
Supervisor
Anyone
Pyska.
can come up that's here for this proclamation. Come on.
It's okay.
Got a little boot.
I might run in the back.
There's Hannah.
Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the month of August 2025 as Breastfeeding Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas breastfeeding is recognized as the optimal way to feed infants, and it is recommended that individuals breastfeed exclusively for 6 months and continue breastfeeding for at least the first 2 years of a child's life. And whereas the journey of breastfeeding looks different for every individual and what practice should be supported, and that practice should be supported without judgment. And whereas breast milk is the preferred source of nutrition for infants, adapting over time to meet the changing needs of a growing infant. And whereas breastfeeding is a proven primary prevention strategy, protecting both infants and breastfeeding individuals from a host of chronic and acute diseases and conditions, and building a foundation for lifelong health and wellness. And whereas breastfeeding provides a safe, reliable, and renewable food source, especially critical during natural disaster and emergency situations. And whereas the act of breastfeeding builds a strong emotional connection between the breastfeeding individual and infant, and a bond which lasts a lifetime. And whereas partners who are active during the breastfeeding experience provide support that lead to better outcomes for both the infant and the breastfeeding individual. And whereas employers that provide workplace lactation support experience an impressive return on investment, including lower healthcare costs, reduced absenteeism, reduced turnover rates, and improved morale, job satisfaction, and productivity. And whereas individuals who are successful at meeting their breastfeeding goals are more likely to be surrounded by a supportive team of family, friends, coworkers, employers, healthcare providers, childcare providers, and other members of the community. And whereas communities which create such positive and supportive environments reap the benefits of healthier infants and parents and more productive workforce, improved household finances, and empowered families. And whereas the Lake County Breastfeeding Coalition, comprised of First Five Lake, Motherwise, Partnership, Health Plan, Social Services, and other local agencies and community members whose efforts support families who choose to breastfeed. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby designate the month of August 2025 as Breastfeeding Awareness Month and urges all citizens to work together to empower parents and enable breastfeeding now and for the future. Passed and adopted this 5th day of August 2025, signed by our Chair of the Board, E.J. Crandall. So, this is a fairly new proclamation that we've added. I think is this their second year or third year? Maybe second. I think so, yeah. So thank you for bringing this, Motherwise, and thank you for the presentation and for all the supporting partners we have here. Breastfeeding is not easy, and it's very natural, but it's harder than people think. And especially when a first-time mother is trying all these things on their own, new to mothering, new to going through the experience of just giving birth, there's a lot of stress involved. And it really takes partners who will show up and just be there with you and hold your hand and sit with you and help you learn this new skill, because it is a skill. And it takes practice. And it takes a lot of support. So thank you for recognizing that and for building this community, because it really wasn't here when I became a mom 16 years ago. There weren't a lot of resources in this county, and I had to travel out of county for those resources. So thank you for bringing this, and I will pass it over to Motherwise.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Sabrina Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of Motherwise, and I'm just here on behalf of the Breastfeeding Coalition, which is part of the Maternal Child Adolescent Health Advisory Board that advises the Board of Supervisors. So yeah, we're louder now and out there, and that is the entire purpose, or one of the main purposes of this proclamation, is to really kind of align with what our campaign is, our social media campaign this month, which will be run by the amazing Hannah. Check out the First Five social media, and that is no shame around breastfeeding and infant feeding, because as Supervisor Peiska mentioned, it's a little bit difficult. It's not difficult for everyone, but every journey is very different. And the more we normalize talking about it, hopefully the easier it becomes. So the Breastfeeding Coalition was a separate entity sort of under MCAH. And then, like probably many of you go to a meeting and it's all the same people there from the other meetings. So why don't we just mush everything together, and then we'll have Breastfeeding Coalition part of MCAH. Some of us are here right now, and we've just done a pretty extensive kind of strategic planning and definition building and values building around what we want our work to look like. We've included that in the packet so that the board can take a look. But really briefly, so our purpose is fourfold. We want to advocate for systemic change to make breastfeeding and infant feeding easier in public spaces, in businesses. We want to support families through education. You know, a lot of times there's very significant racial and ethnic disparities among who breastfeeds and who doesn't. The wide range of reasons for that. A lot of times it's stigma, shame, lack of understanding, lack of awareness or education, and then some institutionalized racism and systemic issues that exist in organizations that may not provide the best possible avenue for breastfeeding for folks. And so that's why we exist. And then we also want to collaborate with stakeholders to make sure that we're building a supportive breastfeeding sort of ecosystem because as Supervisor Pyska mentioned, it really is about that community and not just mama. And then we want to promote equity by talking about this. So thank you very much for giving us the time. We encourage all of you to, if you've got someone you love who's breastfeeding or infant feeding in your family and in your life, to just ask them how they're doing and let them know they're doing okay. Because a lot of times just that acknowledgement is a huge, huge shift in someone's life. So thank you.
I'm not a public speaker, but I'll add a little something. So my name is Kim Schott. I'm a registered dietitian, a certified lactation educator, and the director for the E-Center WIC program here in Lake County. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and standing up in support of something that's very important. Board of Supervisors, thank you, and my executive committee and Breastfeeding Coalition for putting this together. Not only does recognizing and accepting breastfeeding as a form of feeding uplift it, but celebrating it, I think also empowers families to know that they have choices to make informed decisions. So thank you everybody for lifting up the mission of WIC, which is to grow and empower families, and also of E-Center to grow healthy communities and to make breastfeeding not only supported, but also celebrated. Thank you.
Anyone from the board?
Thank you for your work.
Supervisors.
I just want to add something. Sometimes I'm at first five, not always there. I'm the alternate. But I appreciate everybody who does work for this. I think creating comfort in a space that unfortunately, socially, we've created discomforts that shouldn't be there. But also want to appreciate somebody who's missing. I'm glad I couldn't find you, Hannah, when you were in the audience. But Samantha Bond does a lot of great work, and I just want to put her up on a pedestal a little bit and just say I'm thankful for her work in working with the coalition and working with First Five. This is definitely one of her passions and one of her priorities as well.
I'd like to say that it's definitely a challenge, especially when you're a working mother. So, the pumping and all of that. And we do have an infant that was born in June. So we have one in our family, not me, my daughter. So, but I think that it is really important that the young mothers and the mothers feel comfortable being able to, nurse their own kids and give them the natural milk. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
So important. Thank you for your work. I'll open it up for a public comment. Anybody on Zoom? Oh, yeah, we do. Sorry, I couldn't see you.
Hi, Elaine Brown. I didn't hear you mention you have an office on Main Street. That's how I found out about you. I walked in one time and talked to some of the people there. So I know when I walk Main Street, I see it's a very beautiful place. And that's a place where people can go, right, to get their support right there on Main Street.
Yeah, Motherwise, not the coalition, but Motherwise. Yes. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
All right. Not seeing any other public comment. And then on Zoom, Susan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to share with the board and the community that the County of Lake has recently installed a breastfeeding pod on the second floor of the courthouse.
Wow. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Sam, I think we're ready for a picture.
This is awesome.
Right away.
We love that.
Thank you so much.
We laughed, I said, not me.
All
Little
right.
caveat.
Next item, 6.5. I'm really excited about this one. Consideration of presentation of community development, Cal Recycle illegal disposal grant activities and results. Director Maria Turner, Shannon Walker Smith, and I see we have Damian Marks. Oh, and we have Marcus Beltramo.
We have been excited to bring this to the board too. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. My only role here today is to take all this credit, but I'm going to pass it off to the team that actually did the work and made a huge difference in our communities. Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker Smith.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present an update on a grant that we received and started on July 1 of 2025, right? No, 24. July of 24, we started this project. It's a grant through Cal Recycle, and it's the illegal disposal grant. And as part of this project, we put together a grant proposal that was a combination of property abatements around the county, looking at prevention measures to prevent future illegal dumping, some public awareness campaigning and public education, and then these free dump days, which we have completed and have some data to share with you today. That was the grant overview. So as part of this project, we proposed 50 properties to be cleaned up around the county. And we planned to clean up those properties in kind of a circular fashion, starting in Nice and working our way kind of around the county. We're a year into this 2-year grant, so we're about halfway completed. And to date, we have performed 12 of the abatements that we on identified properties. And then we have been able to get another 18 properties to self-abate. And that has been due to the work of our code enforcement officers, who mostly the Copter program officers, who worked very diligently in Nice, Lucerne, and Clear Lake Oaks with property owners to encourage self-abatement. And we currently have another 18 properties from the grant that were identified pending abatements, some of which will be self-abatement and some will be abatements that we perform. You can see in this photograph one of the signs that was placed after a property was cleaned up. This is before and after. This is a site in Nice, a couple of photos of it, and then a photo after it's been cleaned with our sign in the photograph. And then this is a photograph of one of the free dump days. So the efforts to encourage property owners to self-abate accumulated trash and blight from their properties included a combination of outreach and assistance. So we created a document to hand out to property owners, letting them know about the free dump days and encouraging them to self-abate. We also assisted many property owners, especially the elderly and disabled, through a crew of volunteers, a little bit different group each of the dump days. In addition to having the dump day set up, we had volunteers out in the community assisting folks to load up their trash and bring it to the dump day. So we provided that assistance through a network of volunteers. Here's a really good photograph of one of our dump days set up. It took us a little bit of time to like really get things locked in to the best possible layout for a dump day, but we just got consecutively better over time. And you can see in the top sign, we had a banner printed on our final dump day that showed our success advertising it to the community. What we did not do is do a lot of outreach ahead of dump days. We did not want to encourage people to hold on to their trash. So we mostly were just out in the communities that the dump days were going to be held in the week or 2 weeks ahead of the dump day, letting specific property owners know. And word got out a bit, and we didn't mind that word of mouth, but we purposefully didn't advertise these dump days. We wanted them to be really grassroots and community driven. So I'm trying to see where I'm at. We held 6 dump days in 3 cities over the spring. In Nice, we were at the Nice Fire Department on March 22nd and March 29th. In Lucerne, we were at the castle on April 26th and May 3rd. And in Clear Lakes Oaks, we were able to use the Moose Lodge facility on May 31st and June 7th. In those 6 days, which we were typically open from 8 in the morning and trying to wrap up by about 1 p.m., 2 p.m. In those 6 events, we were able to collect 1,377,460 pounds of waste, which blew us out of the water. We predicted that we might collect about 500,000. As the days were accumulating, we could see that we were going to far exceed that. And pretty early on, we had that banner printed that said we were going to collect 1 million pounds of trash because we could see the writing on the wall. For those free dump days, we contracted with 360 Hauling, and I want to thank Pascal, who's in the audience today. We did that in collaboration with Public Services and CNS Waste, and in conjunction with the franchise hauling agreement, made sure that we were meeting all of the requirements of that. Oh, what did I do? It like zoomed in.
Hit escape.
Yeah.
Escape.
Press escape.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Bruno. So we feel that we had a very effective delivery method for getting this information out in the community. On the left-hand side, you can see the kind of flyer that we put out to property owners who we wanted to encourage to self-abate. We did that with help. We also had an additional flyer that was created by the AmeriCorps Circ team, who was another one of our volunteer groups. And between those, we distributed about 500 flyers to the community. And then just before events, we posted on our Facebook page. And some of this is repeat. The copter officers identified properties that self-abated was 28. Other properties that we had identified in the grant, which we also got to self-abate, was 32. So that's a total of 60 properties that we did not have to abate through code enforcement. Damien did a little bit of the working up of the math here to give you guys an idea about how much money that saved the county. So just based on staff time for abatements, the 60 self-abatements would equate to about $22,000 in just staff time in code enforcement, going through the process to abate these properties. And then additionally, there's that stat again, the 1.3 million pounds of trash we collected. And going back to the 60 properties that self-abated. I thought there was another slide that was about the abatement. Maybe it's still coming. So our final takeaways, we collected a lot of trash, 60 properties that self-abated, the 6 dump days, and members of the public. We have a slide about members of the public and some of the things that got said and told to us verbally, and then also on the back side of that form that we put out, we asked people to say a little something about how the self-abatement or this opportunity to self-abate helped them. And the volunteers made a huge difference. I think I want to go back. Well, I just have it on the slide here. So in addition to the $22,000 in staff cost, abatements can cost $1,000 to $10,000 each. And so if we average that and we talk about the 60 properties that self-abated, that saved the county between $66,000 and $110,000 plus the staff time. So we have an estimated savings of about $122,000 in staff cost and abatement cost that was saved due to the free dump days. And on the last slide, next steps, we have an additional 18 properties that we're still planning to abate or work with the property owners to self-abate. There may be, once we take self-abated properties off of our grant list, we can add new properties. So we're currently looking at how many new properties we might be able to add. We are looking at the possibility of a couple more free dump days in year 2 to be held in South County. And we'll continue with public education and outreach on the negative effects of illegal dumping for our community. And we would like to thank our partners, 360 Junk Hauling, of course, our code enforcement team, but also there were other county staff that volunteered, staff from Buildings and Grounds and Public Works. Also were out helping both community members and at the free dump day events. Earth and Worth both participated in getting the word out and assisting with a list of folks that needed help in the community to self-abate. The AmeriCorps Cirque team was involved. Swim, the Lake County Crushers football team, which was organized by Worth, I believe, or Earth, and of course EJ. And thanking the Nice Fire Station, Lucerne Castle, and Clear Lake Moose Lodge for their support in offering up their spaces to us at no cost. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you for that. I just and that's a common thing that people will have an issue with is the advance notice of it. But you're right, absolutely right. Every other dump day that we've done, people store it, and that's been the biggest complaint when it comes to previous dump days. When I first started, was when they did it in the past decades, people would store their garbage and bring it in. People that were contractors and whatnot. So I think it was strategically done properly. I appreciate that. I think first off, everything that you've done with this Cal Recycle grant. When Worth was bringing up the Pile Road, and you presented that you were going for this grant. It's just you followed through on it. You did it. I know that a lot of times the citizens don't get to see that, and so this is just a really tangible process that took place. I always think about the other aspect, and there's dumping in the hills and dumping. I know that we talked about abatement and those types of fundings, that type of funding, but also having to contract with someone to go in the hills and pick up that garbage that's plastic that's all brittle and this and that. So there's that. And I have a couple of other people that have reached out to me about the Lucerne Hills, in that they've seen the Cal Recycle sign up there, and they said for like the last month they haven't seen anything dumped. Knock on wood. But that's just an example of how great this is. So I thank you all for that. I thank you all for the work you've done, seeing you out there every time, just ready to go. And people were they're really happy. All that weight, when you think about the weight lifted out of those towns, and then future towns that are going to deal with this as well. So again, kudos to you for all the work you did. You listened to the public, and that's all we can ask. So thank you again.
I should say this was a true team effort. Damian Marks, our staff services analyst, was the lead on setting up and organizing the dump days. He did a fantastic job. Marcus was at every dump day greeting the public, kind of our front man. Joey has been, Norman Valdez, Joey has been responsible for all of the abatements and has done a fantastic job with that. In addition, I believe every code enforcement officer on our team participated in at least one dump day. So it has been a true team effort.
And Pascal, again, thank you. I seen you after a niece the first time and was really just kind of figuring this out there late, trying to get everything cleaned up so you weren't leaving a mess. That was really cool. A lot of times that you just got to wait till the next day, but you had your guys stay. They did a lot of work. They made every effort to try to make the citizens have enough time and room to dump, and so that was really great. So I just wanted to throw that out to you too, Pascal. Anybody else? Go ahead, Supervisor. I didn't see it. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you for this. It's a large amount of trash that you won't have to deal with. Did you say 8,000 to 10,000 on average?
No, 1,000 to 10,000 is how much abatements cost us, depending on how much there is to take.
So I still, and I apologize, but I still would like to correct you. 10,000 times 60 is 600,000 potentially.
Well, we went with an average.
Well, that's still, you don't know. It could be on the high end. I mean,
be.
that's a lot of trash that you collect, and I think we need to look at the biggest amount that we potentially save. So you're looking at $622,000 potentially saved to focus on the other things that are still there. And so I think that we need to look at the greatest benefit that we got from that and not the average, not the lowest. And that benefit is huge. The other part is, I don't know when we last got a Cal Recycle grant, and I'm thankful that we finally got started on that. I don't know if it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but it's been too long. I know that my experience with the city of Clear Lake, they get those at least maybe every 2 years, every year, but they're always trying, and they're getting red tagged homes demolished. They're getting properties abated. And the fact that we're doing the same thing now and with the results like this is amazing. And I know you're not done with that. You have abatements that are still coming up. You also have, we've had a conversation with Chair Crandall as well. You have prevention dollars as well to try and prevent some of these things. All of the above, I think, is just a winning combination, and appreciate what you've done. And I apologize, I took advantage of the free dump day. I did come to Clear Lake Oaks to bring a load. But thank you.
It was a very small load.
Anybody else? I will say too that Maria, I know that you said you're giving the floor to your staff, but just the fact that you allowed your staff to carry this through and do what they needed to do, so you can focus on things. That's another leadership skill. So just allowing them to take the ball and run with it. That's I have to give you kudos for that too, because they did a really wonderful job just as a team moving forward. So.
I appreciate that. It's very easy when you have a rock star team to let them go and do their magic, and just I was amazed. Both of the effort on our team side, the way they brought in volunteers, and the way that they reached out directly to the community to bring in the property owners who have been identified, as code violation or violators, was just wonderful. Additionally, if I could add something, this activity resonates with the Lake County 2050 General Plan update, in that the countywide surveys that we did initially to identify key issues showed around the lake a strong desire both for enforcement of the codes as well as government coming alongside our residents and assisting those who needed help to come into compliance. So this is when we do the general plan and we cover those community priorities, I mean, we should just post a picture of what happened here. Thank you.
Yeah, And the amnesty aspect of it too. I remember talking about how some of the folks that had violations with their red tags or something of the like violations, and just giving them the opportunity, saying, "Hey, you have this opportunity to clean up. If we have to come and abate, it's going to be worse." And they took advantage of it. So, just that's good thinking as well. So, yeah. Any other comments? Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, one last thing that somehow I missed on our presentation. We did take in over 1,000 tires. We took in over 500 mattresses. Kind of tie that back down to us using Pascal and being grateful for his services. Those are things we wouldn't have been able to do without him, with the massive amount of trailers and crew that he brought out to be able to haul that stuff away. Big thanks to all of his crew as well, who were there from 7 in the morning till sometimes 7 at night. We had 100-degree temperatures in the Oaks. Yeah. We had rain in Lucerne. They never stopped. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank you, Supervisor Crandall, because for almost every single one of them, you were out there with Vance. Listen, your guys collecting from people.
That's right, Vance. Vance Ricks, if you're listening, thank you as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
I tried to get him to come down, but he wouldn't come.
And everybody from the community who volunteered. We had people who came and brought their stuff and then went out and collected from neighbors. All the code officers who made so many trips. Sometimes I don't even know how they filled their trucks as fast as they did. So I just wanted to thank everybody who went out there and went above and beyond for this.
Awesome. All right. If there's not anything else, I'll open it up for public comment. If there's anyone that would like to come up.
Hi, Elaine Brown. Wow, I applaud what you're doing so much because we want to keep this place beautiful. So if there's grants available, first of all, I just want clarity in case someone else is listening and has the same questions. If it's in Eddie's community, but someone else can come from another community and bring their stuff, is that correct? Are you able to cross communities with these different, where they're held?
We did our outreach to specific communities, but we didn't check IDs. So,
okay,
we want all the garbage in Lake County to be cleaned up. So we weren't trying to limit people who wanted to put the effort into loading up and bringing their items, but we did our outreach in the community that the dump days were going to be in. And if it traveled word of mouth, then it did, and that was fine.
Great. And were there in that community, like say Lucerne, were there pickup trucks that would go to the homes and bring the stuff out for them? Oh, that's great. They would do that. Okay, that's wonderful. And just, I don't know, in the future, if there's any like extra grant monies that if they're available and come available for your the people that have the different garbage organizations around the county, if they were been given like grant money to be able to do this, where like, I know in Fresno, I mentioned it before, Fresno, they just have 2 days in a community in the neighborhood, even nice neighborhoods, they just dump everything in the streets. So like if say you're disabled in a community and you can't like get out, you just start 1 week, you can dump everything in front of your house. And maybe if the neighbor doesn't have garbage service, they can put theirs in yours. And that way you get a bunch of garbage out a couple of times a year. Because like you said, you don't want people keeping their garbage. So it's just an opportunity maybe where you have a massive amount in just one neighborhood twice a year where they can put it out and it gets taken out. It's a lot of, I don't know how they do it in Fresno, but it was cool. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Well, we'll bring it back to the board and close public comment. Again, thank you so much for this presentation and for all the work you've done. It's awesome. And I can't wait to see what you have in store for the rest of the county as well. You guys are going to really love it. It's going to be awesome. The community comes together really well. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will go ahead and take a 5-minute break and come back at 10. All right, welcome back from our break. Looks like we are going to take up 6.6, consideration of resolution approving resolution number 2025-5 submitted by North Shore Fire Protection District and making findings and requesting the County of Lake to implement fire mitigation fees with the automatic inflation pursuant to the Lake County Fire Mitigation Fee Ordinance, fiscal year 25-26. This item is going to be pulled for a future date. So I think there's some, they're going to have to readjust some things in that. So in the meantime, for the board, if there's anyone from the board that'd like to speak on this or No?
No, I just thought that was a big increase,
Mhm.
more than double.
Okay. Well, they're gonna, go ahead Supervisor Sabatier.
If I may, just for the clarification,
Yeah.
and I know that CAO Parker wanted to say something as well. The big increase was done in March or April or May of last year in 2024. This one is supposed to be a 1.6166% increase, kind of like a CPI increase, but it's based on building cost increases. So there are a lot of documents, and if you read the original that was approved in 2024, that was a big increase where it almost doubled.
Okay,
That was
yeah.
approved and moved forward with. This one is that small incremental CPI-like
Oh,
increase.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Just
Yeah,
wanted
I
to-
saw the 2.2.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify.
CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Johanna, could you get us a date, a future date and time certain, please?
There's so many different attachments.
Yes. I did read them. I don't know how I missed that. I saw the little increments up.
Let's try for the 19th in the afternoon.
All right.
Yeah, she's looking it up.
Perfect. At 1 p.m. All right, I will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers or on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we need to take action on this?
Mr. Chair, I move to continue this public hearing to August 19th at 1 p.m.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Let's see, we're at 10:09. Okay, we can move on to our 6.7. Consideration of presentation on the UC Cooperative Extension Diversified Agriculture Program, UC Extension. Director Matthew Barnes. All right.
Back up to the backup.
Morning, Chair Crandall, Board. Matthew Barnes, Area Director, UC Cooperative Extension. And while they get that started, it's my honor to come up and introduce Dr. Clebson Gosalves, Diversified Agriculture Advisor here in Lake County since 2022. His educational background is Bachelor of Science degree in agronomy, Master's and PhD agronomy sciences, and an additional master's degree in crop and soil science from Auburn University. Clebson's extensive experience and knowledge of managing crops, horticulture, turfgrass, and weeds in a wide range of environments has really served him well in serving the Lake County grower community since 2022. So with that, I'll turn it over to Clebson.
All right. Thank you, Matthew. It's a great honor to be here for my first time on this house. So again, my name is Clebson Gonçalves. I'm from Brazil. I live in US for 7 years. I spent 3 years in Alabama in Auburn University. 2 years in Virginia, working as a postdoc in Virginia Tech before I came here. It's already 3 years. I'm California in Lake County. Yes, I'm a diversified agriculture advisor, and I cover Lake and Mendocino County. So my position, it's maybe you guys ask you what is a diversified agri. You can actually translate for specialty crop advisor, and basically I'm replacing the previous advisor Rachel Elke. Rachel, probably you guys know Rachel well. She was a pomology advisor, cover primary pears and walnuts. In my case, when Rachel decided to retire, she was the one designing my position because she understood that only a pomology advisor will not satisfy the country like this, both counties anymore, because the pears and walnut industry decline on the area, and there is a need for not other crops. What would be next? What would be the next crop for those regions? And that's why she designed my position to be more broadly to look for other options that would be suitable for Lake and Mendocino County. And because being a pomology advisor, again, she was working primarily with walnuts and pear growers and all the small farm, like diversify, like vegetable growers, they was never served before. And she was like thinking that for this new position should be covered as small farmer as well. And one of the first responsibility in my position was create a needs assessment to meet my clientele and learn what the needs are, what challenge they have on the area, and how can I better serve my region. And I could spend like hours just my needs assessment to show all the challenge we have in the area, but I put only one single slide here where show who my clientele is. And one of the interesting thing is that more than 40% of my clientele never received UC Cooperation Extension support before. And the 58% was more like pear and walnut grower, but was very motivated to me to work with those clientele that never receive UC Cooperation Extension support. So how I been engaged with my clientele, again, like we do a lot of farm visit. I really like to spend time to visit farm property, to talk direct with the growers, to see what they are doing and what challenge they have and what they are looking for to increase the farm profitability. And also I work design events based in my needs assessment. For example, workshop, field days, webinars. For example, the pear and walnut meetings that we have, normally it's something that I carry from my previous advisor. Rachel, she was already working for those two groups, but I've been working and design meetings and workshop for the organic small farm, variable pass management, because this is one of the big challenges I identify in my needs assessment. Pruning, a lot of small farm, they start like a small orchard, but they after some point they start getting challenges to manage. And like pruning is one of the big questions I have in general pomology, but also in olive trees, because I seen like an increase in people interested in olive orchard in the area. I've been also organized a few days like for olive and grape in collaboration with the viniculture advisor, pear and grape field days, workshop more focused in drought resilience as well, and work with the master garden program, design classes and workshop for the homeowners in the area as well. So my program is research and extension, and on the research side, being a diversified, I've been, and based on my needs assessment, I've been try working in different areas. I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm a weed scientist by training, and my needs assessment showed that weed management is one of the big challenges that we have, primarily in organic crop system, because we do not have a lot of management strategy. And primary small farm, what they do manual weed control. Organic orchard, they mow the area. There is not a lot of management strategy available. And a big portion of my program is focused on weed management. For example, try identify and understand how organic herbicide work, how they can be implemented in the field. And I also work with low input strategy. For example, walnut growers, in a time like now, they are not making money out of the orchard. How they can reduce chemicals and maybe use the leaves as a strategy to control the weeds. There is a lot of like chemistry behind they use the leaf. They have some allelopac effect to suppress weed that I'm not gonna go deep on, but also there is a physical effect by use the leaf you can suppress weed. I also work with conventional growers. Primarily try design better herbicide program to have a long-term control of weeds on the field and reduce crop residue. Because if you spray very close to harvest, you might end up have residue on your crop, and by like prolongate your window between your last application and the harvest, you minimize the risk to have herbicide residue in your crop. And I've been working with growers and with the California Pear Board to try design better herbicide program for conventional growers. So this part I really love work with emerged technology. I've been working before, and I felt that was very important to continue work with emerged technology. Even a lot of those technology are extremely expensive right now, but I as a scientist, I feel that now is the time to have data and show if they work or not on the field. For example, I work with one company that's called Verdante Robotic, where they doing hyper-precise spray technology with pesticide. This technology, it's not a new technology. I know UC Davis Specialist has been working on that technology for the past 20 years, but now we actually are able to implement on the field because of the AI. Before we knew how the technology worked, but we was not able to implement because we don't have the technology to make work in the field. Right now with the AI and with computer vision, we are actually able to go in, for example, in an annual crop and identify the crop. For example, if you work with tomato, the machine are able to identify the tomato and also identify the weeds, and they're gonna spray the product only on the weed without zero impact, zero product on the crop. And the more interesting now, because the technology we able to identify both, the company are moving forward to have, like, for example, 2 tanks on the machine, where one tank you're gonna use with fertilizer and one with herbicide. Basically, the machine is gonna identify the crop and spray the fertilizer, or if you use like a fungicide or insecticide, you're gonna do directly on the crop, and herbicide only on the weeds. You kind of like save a lot of money in a single pass. You're gonna like feed the plant and kill the weed, and that actually is a very interesting technology. Again, it is a very expensive technology. I don't see this available for a small farm right now, but it is the time to do research and show how those technology is effective in the field. And in my case, I have a small prototype. I don't have the big machine, as you guys see there. I have a small one in my lab where I do manual application. You see, like on the top, I have a computer where we see the crop and the weeds, and we spray directly on the weed only. And also, I'm doing like some droning work here. I work in my previous work with droning a lot. And now we have the opportunity to do like some biological pest control in orchard. On this case, we use like stereo insect. Basically, the insect like pass through some radiation and no longer have eggs viable, and they become stereo. And we release this insect on the orchard, and they're gonna mate with the natural insect, and they're not gonna have the next generation. And we are doing this work using drone to release because we are able to save on label. And for this work with stereo insect is a collaboration with USDA and other UC farmer devices, in this case like the UC IPN farmer Farm Advisor Cindy Crom. So integrate pest management. I also been working in collaboration with other UC-Davis specialists and other farm advisor, for example, to control of Brent canker, dieback canker disease in pear orchard. This is a collaboration with Keith's Escalante lab in UC Davis. This is a problem we have in orchard here. We've been see this disease increase in old orchard, and we've been trying to design better fungicide program. First, we was try identify the pathogen that caused the disease, and now we are moving for better program to reduce the infestation in orchard. So the flat hair borer is a new pest. Probably you guys have seen on news. Basically, essential the flat hair borer is when you call like borer insect, they normally attack wood. They will never attack fruit. They have to go inside the plant trunk and build like a chamber and leave it there and complete the cycle. We was not expect insect like on this family actually to attack a fruit, and for some reason 3 years ago we start to see this insect attack pear fruits. In the beginning we was just think, oh, maybe it's just like a confused female that attack the fruit, but we was expect the insect would not gonna survive because that pest take like at least 6 months inside the wood to complete the cycle. And when we think in a pear fruit, they're gonna fall on the ground if not harvested, and they're gonna rot in a couple months. But for somehow, actually, the insect is able to build like a chamber, and the insect is able to survive inside the pear. And as you guys can see on this picture, we have like the larvae and the adult actually emerge from a pear. The pear kind of like dry, and the insect is able to complete the cycle. And right now we already identify the insect. On the beginning we was in complete dark. We was try identify the insect. Now we know it's called Pacific flat hair borer. Actually it's native from the area, it's not an invasion, and that's a good thing. Now we try understand what's happening, why this insect is changing behavior, and why they decide attack the fruit now. And we've been like conduct more study. We try to look if there is some DNA, some change on the DNA, but we still don't have the answer. We are still moving for with those study. But it's
question.
Yeah, I just have a question about this. So is it still attacking wood, or is it like just moved over to fruit totally?
No, they essential attack wood.
They're doing both now, and now they're expanding to
Yeah.
also doing the pears?
Yeah, we saw only in pear right now. We never actually was never report so ever worldwide. That type of that family of insect attack fruit. They are essential wood host. And just to have a idea on this family, we have around 15,000 insect, and was never report so ever one insect attack a fruit. Because it did not make sense. Initial, as I mentioned, we was expect they will not survive on the fruit because the fruit's gonna rot. They have to stay for long than that to complete the cycle. This is a total new thing for us. And actually, I'm not an entomologist. I'm a weed scientist, but the advisor I work with, she's an entomologist, and she talk with other in conference, other specialists in entomology, and that thing kind of like blows their mind because nobody with an entomology expertise would expect that change in behavior. It's something completely new.
Wow.
But the good thing right now, we don't see the population increase. Looks like actually, at least we hope that's not gonna reach economical level, but we still monitor to see if there has been moved for other orchard. Right now, it's very concentrated in a few place in Lake County, primarily like close to the Big Valley area, and primarily seen in organic orchard. Basically, we believe that whatever grower has been sprayed to control other insects, also is being controlled that one, like indirectly. It's primary right now in organic orchard. But we keep looking to see if the population is going to increase or not. So water conservation, I've been doing some collaboration with, this is a grant from USDA in collaboration with a UC Davis specialist. Basically, this trial, we have this trial set in 10 different counties, and I'm responsible for Lake County, where we assess the irrigation managed in Walnut, use like autonomous divisor, because it is a lot of labor consumed. Use the pressure chamber. I don't know if you guys heard about pressure chamber. Is one of the technique growers use to schedule the irrigation. Actually, I would say like a lot of growers use the pressure chamber to schedule irrigation. That's very accurate. But a lot of the small farm, they only use the gut feelers. They just like look on the trees and say, yeah, it's time to irrigate. And that's kind of like the best way to do. And with this divisor, actually, it's like a sensor that you put directly on the trunk of the plant, on the branch of the plant, and that thing collect data like through the whole cycle and send directly on the computer. Like you actually are able to schedule irrigation without leaving your office. And we compare, like right now we still on phase on compare. We have the divisor on the plant and we doing like pressure chamber to compare to see if the plant stress keep the same like with both divisor. And again, that kind of technology is still not cheap and accessible for a small farm, but it is, I see it as a future to move for, as water is a big concern, and we don't want to irrigate like only based on the gut feeler, and because you might over irrigate or put your crop under stress. We want the grower have the best potential of the crop. So rootstock and variety selection. I've been running some trials with pear rootstock. Maybe you guys ask me why I'm doing rootstock trials, because nobody has been plant a new orchard. Right, but I believe it's still important because we still have a lot of growers on the area, and a lot of the orchard they are old, more than 50 years, and they lose plant every single year, and they have to replant. They are not removing, and they are not start a new block, but they have to replant the plant that they lost, that died for some reason, and to do that, we have, and those plants, when they replant, actually they have a lot of competition because the new plant have to compete with the mature orchard. And you have to have like rootstock that's very vigorous to overcome the old canopy and actually be productive in few years. And we've been doing like some rootstock trial to address those issues and show to the growers which the rootstock is more viable to interplant, I would say, like in a mature orchard. And last, we've been like discussing like some agave variety trials for the area. On the past, I would say on the past 2 years, I got a lot of growers in my office asking about agave. Probably if you guys drive in California, you're gonna see a lot of new agave plantation. It's kind of like a new crop that a lot of farmers has been so interested in, because it's you can grow agave in a dry farm situation. They require minimal water, and yeah, that's been like that is a lot of demand in California right now. It's a lot of potential right now. The people that start like 10 years ago, they are making good money. We don't know if everybody start planting agave, how the market is gonna look like in 10 years, because it's the crop will be ready to harvest around like 6 to 8 years, basically. But again, there's a lot of farms interested in agave. You guys see like the grape industry is not very good right now. There's a lot of grape field being removed. And I've been like, I got a lot of questions about agave variety, which variety would be suitable for Lake County, and I don't have the answer. And I say, hey, I think the best way to have an answer is do some trials, like do a variety trial to see what's working in the area. and working collaboration with the tribals and math. We put a grant together where we request some grants for agave variety trials, and if passed, we're gonna have one trials maybe start late this year or early next year, and that trial, if approved, is gonna be running in tribal land in Middletown Rancheria area. And I'm very excited about because I don't have a lot of knowledge in agave, but definitely I'm eager to learn more. And right now, I've been start work with some UC A&R advisors and specialists, and we start like build a work group through California. Because there is other specialists more like in San Diego area, Ventura area that's already have agave plantation. They've been working for longer than I, and we start build like a work group and start have workshop to everybody can learn together about agave to better serve the clientele, and for my case to serve like Lake County clientele. And I hope like in a few years, if we move forward with this trial, we have a better understand about agave and which variety would be suitable for the area. So again, this is my last slide. It's just like to show as a diversified agriculture advisor, I'll not be able to do a lot of stuff by myself. And I've been, since my day one, I've been trying to establish a lot of collaboration with local organization, also statewide and nationwide organization. For example, Lake County, RCD, Farm Builder, I work very closely with Farm Builder like NRCS, CAFE, DPR, CDFA, that has funded a lot of my trials. And I also work with industry, like the California Walnut Board and Pear Board and other private organization that has been very supportable for my program. Yeah, that's my last slide. I just feel so blessed to be on this place. I really love, and I'd say it's a beautiful place to grow a family. And yeah, I thank you, God, for all the blessings in my life. I will love this country. And thank you all.
Well, thank you for that. Are there any questions from Supervisor Pyska?
Just some comments. Dr. Gonzalez and Matt, thank you for bringing this. This is one of the things that we've been hoping that we could do more, is have a better understanding of the UCCE programs and our advisors that are here locally and the work that you're doing. So I'm really grateful for this presentation. I'm looking forward to more. And thanks for the info on the flathead borer, because I've been hearing it and I never quite understood what was going on with that transition. So thank you for helping me understand that better. I really appreciate that.
Supervisor Owen?
I was wondering, I noticed like when the almonds were really flooding the market, they started flavoring them, and you could buy your different flavors, and that kind of kept that almond market alive. I had went to the Ag Adventure, and it looks like they might be starting to do a little bit with the walnuts to keep that industry alive. With the grapes, are there possibly any other uses for the grape juice? You kind of go in a different avenue to help keep the wine industry alive, but doing other things with it. Is that something that you guys look into for other markets?
Well, I would say that's more like a viniculture advisor question. I would say that it's a lot of market for grapes. And I don't think the grape industries never die. It's more like a cycle. They might, maybe the consumer, they may change in flavor. Looks like that some variety that's more desirable now that was not in the past. And for example, like the red wine, it's less desirable now. Looks like people is more look for white wine and things like that. And again, like you see, like a lot of the orchards been the vineyard has been removed, but when you look close, they are old varieties. And it's kind of like sometimes it's a cycle. And this is happened the same for the walnuts. A lot for the walnut orchard that has been removed is old variety that's fall in flavor. People don't like more. They like the new variety that's more like it's not very dark. It's more like light.
Chandler?
Yeah, Chandler, like more soft, big shell and things like that. And it's more like a cycle. And I think like for for both for the walnuts and grape industry, it's they go down, but they're gonna come back soon. And talk with growers. Even like I'm not a viniculture advisor. I spoke a lot of vineyard growers, and they say, yeah, this is just a cycle, and they probably gonna be ready to replant some block they removed this year in probably like 2, 3, or 4 years.
Okay.
And for the walnuts, as you mentioned, yes, the walnut board, they've been working on the marketing on the past few years to build the market. Because for the walnuts, they always say the same thing. Walnuts always had like a market for, like the fresh walnut. And they never actually try build this market to add like flavor and things. They was just sell like big bags of walnut. But right now they start understood that they have to have different products, not only the fresh walnut. They have like to have flavor, like walnuts, like with walnut bars or like with chocolate and things like small bags like for kid take for school and things like that. Things that we probably you guys never seen before. Yeah. You probably like send like your kid to school and you don't give like a little bag of walnut. And they start like move for that direction and actually educate people actually how to preserve the walnut, because a lot of people don't know how to store it, because if you buy like a giant bag, in a couple months they're gonna start rents, and they start like build this education thing and teach people how to store it properly, and you can have walnut, good quality walnut through the whole year.
And I think with the just getting the creativity going, and I think they're working with Diamond a little bit to get some out, and educating on the amount of omega-3s that are in the walnuts would be huge.
Yeah, because it's one of the most healthy nuts available, but people just don't know because they just use for bakeries and things. And now they try like stimulate, like teach people how to use more fresh.
Yes.
And like have like a little bag every day and things like that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Dr. Gonsalves, I appreciated you when I first met you at I think it was Ag Venture that you and I met over at I think it was the Tallman Hotel. Yeah. But really appreciate what you bring to the UC Extension. I do have, one of the things that I appreciate is we're dealing with changes in the climate, and you're looking at what works. And hopefully it's what works tomorrow rather than just today, because things are changing so fast. But that makes that much more difficult. I've been hearing about the agave. I'm excited about the potential, and would love to see more diversification within the farms. We see a lot of grapes. It would be nice when markets get hit that it doesn't hit us as hard when we have more diversification in our farmland. And so I agree that there is a cycle, but unfortunately some people might get hurt with that cycle, and some people might be able to hold on and be able to continue through it. Is there, you talked about some of the technologies, which is really interesting. I love the whole AI thing and being able to kind of do a variety of things through one pass. Is there a potential for like a UC Extension toolkit closet that can be shared with our local farmers, so that at least they can get some experience with it, not use every single year, every single day, because that wouldn't be shareable and that wouldn't work for your thing. And I know you have you said you have like a small version of it, but would it be possible to ever have such a thing at the UC Extension? Is that even allowed at the UC Extension? Just kind of thinking outside of how we can get our farmers to access those types of things, and then after you use it, it might be one of those things that you don't want to come back. Once you start using a smartphone, you don't go back to the flip phone, right? Like it's just, if it's technology that helps the farmer be successful with their crop, that maybe they would start investing in those things as well once they better understand it. Is that a possibility?
Well, I believe there is a possibility, but probably you guys understand. For example, for this kind of technology, the company they invest ton of money, and this I would say like for general companies, they invest ton of money in a product. After they got the product, they put the price very high until actually all the companies start like design technology similar. They gonna I believe they're gonna try to get as much money as possible. That's why the price is skyrocket right now for that kind of technology, because it's only one company in the world that have that technology. But I believe as we move forward and we have more other companies start like create technology similar, I would expect the price is gonna drop. And like for a small version, I already like thinking about that, to be honest, but in terms of share, for example, we're gonna have one machine to share. I don't think it would be a possibility because it's a very sensitive time. Like that technology, they target within the very early stage, and pretty much everybody's gonna need the machine in the same time. That's kind of would be the big challenge. You cannot like, oh, I'm gonna need the machine, and you put your name on the list like for 30 days. When you get the machine, your width is gonna be big. The technology is not gonna be viable anymore. And I think that's like the big challenge for that kind of technology. But we hope like we've been like talking with the company. They see like the future, like instead to have like the big machine that cover like multiple beds in the field, have like a small machine in a little platform. Probably you guys have seen like a small platform. It's a robotic platform that you can put anything on the top. They call Little Amigo, like from Farm MG. They have like a little remote platform that you can you buy like a clean platform and you can put whatever you want. Like if you want to put like a I don't know, I don't have no, but it's like a just like 4-wheel platform. You can put like in this case put the device in on the top. That could be more affordable. And actually the company they already have 2 prototype on that platform that I mentioned. I don't put on the pictures, but I have seen the machine, but it's just not available for consumer because probably they're gonna hold a little one to release probably like in 5-10 years after they have like sell like have like a lot of the big machine available for the big growers and things like that. I would expect they're gonna hold until the price start dropping. But it is the future, I would say. I got a lot of questions why I'm working for that thing, because right now I would say it's not available, this technology for the small farm. But again, it's the future. We have to be up to date and do collaboration with company and see what's available on the market. Otherwise, we're gonna be behind.
Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all the work that's being done and also educating us on that, because agriculture is such a huge part of our economy and its success is critical to our future. And I think we're fortunate to have somebody with your education and experience here helping us do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
I'll open it up for public comment. If there's anyone that would like to come up and talk about this presentation.
Hi, Elaine Brown. Thank you so much. I just would like to comment on herbicides and their safety level. About 5 years ago, I heard that 40 to 50 billion with a B birds are missing from North America. 40 to 50 billion birds. And I think it might have to do with herbicides because it kills like the weeds, but then you have puddles out in parking lots and birds are drinking out of those puddles, and the runoff of these herbicides I think might be killing. And I recently found out Rachel Carson, who wrote a book in 1962 called Silent Spring, it stemmed from Clear Lake, which is an amazing book, Rachel Carson. It's Silent Spring. If we could look into that more before we get into that. And, you were right, like leaves, oak leaves, pine needles. You think about high mountains, you don't see tall leaves in the high mountains, it's pine needles, and also oak leaves. If you can just spread those, it keeps it from having the weeds natural ways. I know, like promotion, I heard from someone that's a longtime pear person that years ago there was some man that promoted pears. That's why we were like top notch. We had all these different warehouses where they actually service the fruit, but we had someone that was definitely on the ground calling New York City, promoting our things. And I know walnuts have a 30-year. The grows only last like 30 years. So that's kind of expensive. I know pecans are a big thing in the world market as far as cooking. Black walnuts, they're medicinal with parasite removal. So if we can look into that. I don't know for sure, but I heard agave might be only metabolized by the liver. And for those who have fatty liver disease, agave might not be the sugar you want to go, but someone that's listening would know that better than me. But I'm just putting that out there because there are people listening. I'm almost done here. We need money. And I think Bill Gates Foundation, he's into education, he's into agriculture. Give him a project where he utilizes just the homeopathic, the natural ways. Try that out in Lake County. Someone knows him that's probably listening. See if you can access his monies because he's highly interested in that and he's got the tech element to boot. So that might be an avenue to go to if we maintain control of what we are doing and access and out. See if he's willing to make that a pet project of his. You might find some resources there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a few comments. First on the bird thing, I agree with you. There is many questions, not only bird but other animals. We know, like for example, like mountain lions, they are effect for a couple pesticide, and again, it's not only like herbicide. I would say like the right word would say like pesticide because include like insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, miticide, whatever. It's all of. But again, we have like the DPR that they have great specialists that deal with that part of toxicological things and again, like any pesticide, they're gonna be poised. It's just more like educate people how to use and try be as much safe as possible.
So
because
we need to let
great.
the other lady come up if you would. We want to wrap it up real quick. We have another person. Go ahead.
Yeah, but and for the funding, definitely that's one of we've been lost a lot of funding. Federal funding the past year, and definitely would be like we have to start look for other options available and work with UC Davis specialists. They normally the one that look for big grants, and we kind of like as a pharma advisor we work with multiple small project. We kind of like work in collaboration with them, but definitely those are great resources to look for in the future.
All right, thank you. Come on up, Margot.
Bon dia, good day, Mr. Chair, Board, Drs. Barn and Gonzalez. Margot Cambara, Lake County resident. Thank you, Dr. Barnes and Dr. Gonzalez, for your presentation and your work. Dr. Gonzalez, sharing information on agave presents an opportunity for your board to formally direct UCCE to proactively look for alternative crops to wine, grapes, and walnuts. This effort can augment Lake County Food Policy Council's efforts to increase local food production and food security for Lake County. Finally, a suggestion. Gratitude is wonderful and should be celebrated. To amplify UC Cooperative Extension's message, it would be, to amplify the message, it would be very helpful to embrace Lake County's value of inclusion. Acknowledging a specific higher power in material from a state agency such as UCCE diminishes that spirit of inclusion. So something to think about in the future. Obrigada. Thank you.
Tom Lasik, bon dia. Just two questions. The first question is the technology is. Do you have areas within Lake County that is currently being demonstrated for farmers to understand the technology and be trained on it? And then the second question is a little bit more specific as a weed specialist for the star thistle problem that we have all over the state. If there's anything you might be able to add to that. Thank you.
If we can, you can answer this, but let's try to keep it brief. We're 22 minutes over. So, but yeah, if you can you can answer, but whatever else can be talked about after, we can go that route. So go ahead and.
Yeah, definitely for the technology, I would love to have more extension activity on the technology to show what we are doing and teacher have more workshop to teach people how calibrate and use those technology. Definitely would be great, and I would love to move forward and have more things on the field. And for the invasion things, it's not only star teeth, so that's one of my big interesting, to be honest, to be a weed scientist. I when I drive around, I see ton of invasion weeds. Star teeth is the one that's spread out everywhere, but we have plenty other species that is in early stage that I would like to do study in the future to try assess where they are and how we can mitigate. One example is pepperweed. I see in a very small site here in Lake County. We do have some place that we have milk thistle that start to spread it out. We see the French broom. Or Scott broom, whatever. I think both. I'm not sure which one is, but there is a lot of ones. Definitely, I would love to move forward and have more study on invasion weeds on the area, because it's a big deal for the county.
Thank you. Yeah, no, there's a couple I'd like to follow up on, especially the star thistle. I appreciate that being brought up. Any other public comment on Zoom? All right, I'll close public comment at this time. Thank you so much for this presentation. You're very knowledgeable. Yeah, thank you for explaining a lot of it to us, and we continue to look forward to hearing more and getting some more done here. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, so we'll move on to our 6.8, continuation from July 15th, 2025 meeting, consideration of an interim urgency ordinance placing a moratorium on the issuance of use permits for commercial cultivation of cannabis within the unincorporated area of the County of Lake. There is a note that says there's a recommendation to continue to a future date and time. Supervisor Owen, this is your item. We'll let you open up.
Actually, I was going to look to Lloyd to help me with that. I don't have a date certain, but I'd like to move it to a date certain. And there's some changes in it that we've made that I felt were pertinent. I had met with, what's his name? Carlos last week. And one of the things that it needs to be taken off is the urgency. So we're kind of reworking it a little bit. So I'm thinking we need to look it over, and then it needs to be noticed. Is that correct?
Yeah. So on that proposal, I did have a discussion with Senior Deputy Carlos Torres on that issue. I sent over a response yesterday to you and members of the staff regarding that specific issue on whether or not it should be made as an urgency ordinance or not. So at this point, with the request being that this item be continued to a specific date and time, we could still stay on that course under that same caption, and then staff can have further internal discussions with you on the issue that was raised. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
And the date and time, we are thinking August 12th.
Yes, August 12th. Johanna, can you find a time for us, please?
Did it need to be noticed under if it's not an urgency?
That's going to be part of the discussion, but
Okay. But we have enough time
The
to-
request for continuance pertains to the captioned item, which is still an urgency. So
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you. On August 12th? Perfect, thank you.
So with that, after public comment for the requested continuance, your board can just approve that by motion to continue this to a date and time certain, August 12th.
Which would be, I move that we continue.
Let's get public input. real quick.
I'm sorry.
Yes, so I'll open it up for public comment, for anyone that wants to comment on moving it to next week, what we'll be discussing. If you want to comment, sir, on moving it to next week, or on the postponing it, or postponement, if you're looking to talk about the ordinance in general, we'll have to talk about that next week. Well, then, if you would like to come up and say something into the microphone, yes, you could speak on that. That would be ideal.
It's the same thing.
Can you say your name for the record real quick?
Randy Ledger.
Go ahead.
Well, I just found out that marijuana grows that use water have to have a level indicator on the well and meters. And they don't exist in Lake County. People don't have them.
So can we?
Now, wait.
We need to
just a
focus
second,
on
just a second.
if you would like it to come back next week, or you would rather talk about it today.
Okay, I have been without water for 6 years. I don't want to wait one more hour. I don't.
So you recommend
Something that is
not to
so
move it.
obviously wrong. Your predecessors looked at this and shined it on because marijuana is a cash crop of Lake County. It's the largest crop in Lake County. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong on the largest crop.
Where? Where? Who says that?
I did up here.
I disagree. There is more. There
All
was
right,
a 50,
sir,
52
sir,
foot.
that's enough. We're not going to debate on what the largest crop is. We're trying to find out what you would like to do. If you would like to have it this week or next week, that's all. Okay. All right. Is there any other public comment on Zoom? All right. If you can unmute, you'll have 3 minutes. And let's keep it to the postponing of the future date continuation.
Hello. My name's Reverend Julia Bono. I'm here today on behalf of myself and the concerned members of the Rainbow Church of Living Light. I've been waiting some time on this call, and I'm now informed that I'm going to have to appear at another time. Is it possible for me to make my statements that would be made next week, and perhaps they can be?
No, you can make them next week, if possible.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, just to make it short then, we would like to express our strong collective opposition to the proposed ordinance. I'll come here next week to do that in detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Any other hands in Zoom? We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier, I see your pen up.
Yeah, I just, this is the second time that we'll be delaying. I know we've been receiving a lot of comments, and there's a request for a little bit more time spent with staff, and I'm not certain where the board stands. I have an idea based on your guys' philosophy and me knowing you personally, not any specific conversation, but just I'm open for the idea of at least discussing if we want to move forward with bringing back a finalized version of an ordinance. Right now, we don't have an ordinance today that was posted on the agenda, but I don't mind having a open public discussion of, do we want to move forward and utilize more staff time to finalize a ordinance that comes back to us? Or is this board not interested in seeing that? That way, at least it provides better direction. Since it's already on the agenda, people have been here. This is the second time that we've seen them, some of them. And so I'm just saying I'm open for at least that vague discussion of, are we interested in a moratorium or not, and whether to move forward, not the specifics of what's in the moratorium, because that will become later once the ordinance has been finalized.
Supervisor, or actually, Vice Chair was first, and then I'll.
Well, I just wanted to seek clarification to make sure I'm understanding. So what was proposed is that we're continuing this item potentially to next week, but we don't know if it's still going to be an urgency ordinance or a regular ordinance.
Lloyd.
That's what I'm confused on.
I didn't intend it to be an urgency ordinance at the very beginning. That's not what I had requested. I wanted an ordinance to a moratorium or a pause, as I had wrote, to until we got our ordinance, our cannabis ordinance, written and accepted, is what I am actually looking for. And because otherwise, we're going to have a number of cannabis grows that are legal non-compliant. Very probably, because we're reworking our ordinance. So we kind of looked at where a legal cutoff would be on it. And that's what I'm looking for. And I would actually rather not go with the August 12th. And the reason why is I'm unclear. I was asking if we need to put this in the paper and if we need to notice that we do not, if it's not. So I wanted to make sure that we could hear it at the next time it's on our agenda. That's what I was looking for.
Did you want to finish?
My second comment was going to be, because I know we are working on an ordinance right now.
Yes.
So I'm, I guess, interested in having the larger discussion on whether or not we want to do anything in between, because I know that is being worked on. I don't think we're getting any cannabis permits right now coming in. I'd be interested in having
There would be about 30, I think, or so that would be affected. So basically what I had put in it was if they are, we have a moratorium on water usage where they have to get the water use permits, which is still in effect. But there's still some that have not been completed by the CCD or CDD. And so what I'm trying to do is avoid additional permits from being accepted and put through the process. So if they've went on to the CEQA process, that's where it costs them a lot more money. And so those we would go ahead and continue with. Many of them have been, but there's still a number that have not been accepted yet and not been completed. We'd like to hold those so that they are compliant with the new ordinance. So that was what I was asking for.
Lloyd and then Supervisor Plaska. Lloyd, if you can.
Go ahead. Yeah. All right. So the request that was initially made to staff, in part in my office, was whether or how to impose, what's the process for adopting a moratorium on, to some degree, to some extent, as it relates to cannabis permits, right? In light of the ongoing process of revamping the portions of the zoning ordinance by staff. The recommendation that was made by my office in part and staff was the vehicle, the tool to do that is through an interim ordinance as an urgency measure under Government Code Section 65858, which states that in order to bypass the procedures, paraphrasing here, but the procedures otherwise required prior to the adoption of a zoning ordinance, the legislative body of a county may adopt an urgency measure as an interim ordinance prohibiting any uses that may be in conflict with a contemplated general plan, specific plan, or zoning proposal that the legislative body, planning commission, or the planning department is considering or studying or intends to study within a reasonable time. The standard for utilizing that interim urgency ordinance is that there has to be that urgency interim ordinance itself has to contain legislative findings that there is a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, and that the approval of additional subdivisions, use permits, variances, building permits, or any other applicable entitlement for use which is required in order to comply with the zoning ordinance would result in that threat to public health, safety, or welfare. That's the vehicle that we're using here. So to put it in other terms, if the board were to not utilize this tool under the government code, that may result in defaulting back to the procedures for adopting amendments to a zoning ordinance in order to present or adopt or pursue and implement this proposed moratorium. It would have to go through that process instead of Government Code 65858. That process of adopting a zoning ordinance or amending it therewith may be more extensive. It has more built-in procedures. It may take more time. Staff has indicated in an email that it's at least 30 days because then we're talking about a regular ordinance as opposed to an urgency ordinance. So it would at least take 30 days for it to be passed between first and second reading for regular ordinances. And in addition to that, one of the main distinctions between a regular ordinance, a non-urgency ordinance, and an urgency ordinance is that an urgency ordinance typically is of a temporary nature. You have that 45-day period by which that urgency ordinance would be in effect once it's adopted, and then it expires, and then it may be subject to further extensions. Regular ordinances, a non-urgency ordinance, typically after it passes first and second reading, they're adopted, they're implemented unless they're subsequently repealed or sunsetted or amended. So those would be the differences between the two. For purposes of your board today, what's being continued is what's under the caption, which is the urgency ordinance. Now, your board has the discretion to just withdraw the item altogether if your board is now thinking of pivoting to utilizing other tools possibly outside of 65858 of the government code to not utilize that interim ordinance as an urgency measure tool under that code section and use something else in order to impose a moratorium. Staff would have to look into that some more to see if there is such a tool via a regular non-urgency ordinance, and that would take a little more time. But for purposes of your board today, what's before your board is a continuance request of this item, which is as captioned captioned as an urgency ordinance.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If you want to respond to that.
I do want to respond. Okay, so you were on vacation when I went up to visit with Carlos last week on this. So you're giving me information I didn't receive when I was visiting with them. I had actually brought this forward back in early June, I believe, trying to get it on. So I wasn't aware of that, but it just seems like it's been delayed and delayed. So some of the information you're giving me right now is I didn't get before. So I was actually looking to you. Can we do the urgency then at this moment or next week at this, and then bring forward while we're waiting for the time to do the regular ordinance? That's what I had actually asked for, was a regular ordinance.
If the regular ordinance that you're referring to is the Article Chapter 21 or Article 73 that CDD staff is mainly currently working on right now, as far as the revamping of the zoning ordinance of Lake County, that's going through those channels.
No, I didn't mean ordinance. I meant the pause, the moratorium is what I meant.
Okay. So again, I mean, the current process and caption process that we're in right now is doing it through the interim urgency ordinance. If your board adopts a moratorium based on the interim urgency ordinance, staff, my recommendation would be then there would be no need to impose a similar identical moratorium under a regular ordinance.
Except for the deadline, except for the daylight, it ending in 45 days and then having to extend it. I just wanted it to coincide with the ordinance. So when the new ordinance is adopted, we don't have additional projects that are non-compliant.
Well, that would be addressed in even as whether it's an urgency ordinance or a non-urgency ordinance, from my understanding of it, because as it's drafted right now, and there will be a finalized version, staff anticipates there'll be a finalized version of this, there would be a cutoff date. for exempting certain applications before a certain date, probably the effective date of this urgency ordinance as proposed, where, those applications that have been submitted would then be exempt from the moratorium. Whereas applications that are submitted on or after that date, during the effective time of the urgency ordinance, if it's adopted, that would be subject to the moratorium. So that topic would be addressed in the ordinance itself, in the substance of the ordinance itself, whether it's an urgency ordinance or non-urgency ordinance.
Did you have more?
No, the only thing different was you had whether they had came forward and been submitted to CDD. I had it when I wrote it in, those that had been accepted by CDD would be exempt from those that had not been accepted by CDD, which there's approximately 30, those would fall under the guidelines of the new ordinance.
Well, that
There's
would
where the difference is.
that would be that they would fall because that's the quote unquote deemed complete determination,
Yes.
right? So there's a lot of built-in provisions and procedures under the Permit Streamlining Act that goes into what constitutes as deemed complete. That is one of the main issues that staff looked into, that culminated in the response and this, what is expected to be a finalized version of this draft urgency ordinance. But to answer your question, I think, hopefully, any application that was submitted, what's being proposed right now in the draft is any application that's submitted before the effective date of the urgency ordinance would be exempt from the moratorium. And that would include any applications that have already been received by CDD and currently being reviewed by CDD and also deemed complete by CDD. So all of that, it would be included under that category.
Okay, thank you.
That's the way it's the way I thought of it as well.
Okay.
Supervisor Pyska and then Supervisor Sabatier.
It's been a little confusing trying to understand what the intent is. So it sounds like today, your intent is, well, actually, can you just summarize again your intent one more time with this? Because I think I don't have a clear understanding, or I'm starting to get there. I think we've heard there's a lot of how the public is understanding it in different ways too. So can you just summarize one more time what your intent
My
is?
intent is to put a pause where we legally can on cannabis permits until the new ordinance is accepted, so that we do not have additional grows that are legally non-compliant.
So is that
and I
the
looked
complete and incomplete applications that we already have, they would apply to those or not?
No.
So only new applications coming in?
Yes, yeah. So, and that's why I had to look to legal counsel to find out where we could legally put that cutoff.
Okay. I don't think that we've had any applications come in this year, and I think, in talking with Director Turner, I think we had 4 or 5 last year, because it does go back to the water board requirement from 2020. So I don't know that I can support this if there's, I don't understand. I mean, I guess it seems like a non-issue if we're trying to target applications that aren't coming in.
And I had wanted it a little further up, those that had not been deemed complete, according to, as I understand what county council has just stated, that we have to include those in, but it would still put a stop in for any additionals. If
So you
anyone
wanted to
wants
stop the incompletes?
I
until
did
the-
want to stop the incompletes, but as I understand by county council, that is not legal.
Right.
Just to
Go ahead, Lloyd, please.
not the subject of legal, that's how you craft your ordinance is up to your board. What I'm referring to is how it's drafted right now, as staff is trying to address some of the issues that your board in the past few, some members of your, that have been brought up by you. For instance, we're addressing those issues right now. And it will culminate in a finalized version. What I will say is, as far as, if we were to use the deemed complete standard as a cutoff, then we would need to incorporate provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act. And there are pretty extensive provisions to those, as opposed to be incorporated in the terms of the urgency ordinance. And that will include what would constitute as deemed complete, noticing requirements or noticing provisions to that effect. And and I think I referenced this in staff's as part of staff's research. If at a certain period of time CDD staff has not responded to an application and has given no indication of a determination under the Permit Streamlining Act, it's deemed approved. So all of those provisions would have to be built in, and that is an option for your board. And staff can rework the draft urgency ordinance to reflect that. The other alternative is to just, as I've explained before, use that cutoff date. The cutoff date being the effective date of this proposed urgency ordinance, and anything before that cutoff date, whether it's deemed complete, as long as it's submitted, whether it's still in the process of review or CDD has determined, that's exempt from the moratorium. So that would encompass and include those applications that you had in mind as being exempt from the moratorium.
Okay. So we've been trying to work on this update for many years. It's been a long, long process. When I came on the board, I think there were 365 permits in the pipeline. So we've worked through a lot. I think there's around 60 right now. So I think we're not getting new applications in. We've got this like de facto moratorium with the water board. I think we just let this work through. We need to honor the ordinance we have today and those people that put these applications in many years ago. And they've spent a lot of money. They've been working through this process. The ordinance will change, and I would like to hear from Director Turner of what that looks like when the new ordinance goes into effect. If we do have these permits that have been, or these applications that have been in the pipeline for a long time, and I know a lot of these incomplete ones have fallen off, and no one's working on them, and maybe we need to understand what percentage of those are sort of just going away on their own.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Turner.
Hi, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. We currently have 65 applications going through the process. I think about 30 of them may have been deemed complete already. Permits that have been approved already, as well as any that do get to the Planning Commission and are approved, will be considered legal nonconforming once the new ordinance is in effect. They are able to continue as they move on, but unless otherwise covered in the ordinance, legal nonconforming uses are not allowed to be expanded. And so they're allowed to continue until they've ceased operation for 2 years and they expire, but they can't be expanded. So all of our existing permits when I say permit, I don't mean application. All of our already approved permits and cannabis-related businesses are free to continue under the existing regulations. All of the permits we do have in effect, those that get approved by Article 27 as it stands now, are free to keep going. Once we approve Article 73 and there's a new set of regulations, any permit that has not yet been approved, so any permit that is still in application process, will then need to conform to the existing regulations of that time. Whereas all others that have been approved prior will be legal nonconforming in whatever aspects are changed in the new regulations.
So if any of the 65 applications that we have now are approved after the new ordinance is adopted, they have to conform.
It will cause a change, yes. Once the new regulations go into effect, any applications that are in process will need to conform to the new regulations.
And when do you expect the ordinance to be complete?
My
and
goal is
adopted?
still to have it to you by the end of the year.
Okay.
And yes, the number of applications we have received has dropped significantly in the last few years. We did have 5 new applications last year. We've not received any new applications for this year.
How many of the incomplete applications we have are just sort of non-responsive and falling away?
Most of the rest of them are kind of just sitting there. Sometimes if they come in with incomplete items, such as they're missing hydrology studies, or that could take significant time. Biological studies, those things take time. So it's hard to determine if they are sitting there because of inactivity or lack of interest, which may also have happened, or if they're working on their studies. We don't do like a continual update. We just kind of set it aside and keep working on the projects that we have in front of us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. One, apologize if I missed this, Mr. Guintavano. An urgency ordinance requires 4/5 vote, and a non-urgency ordinance requires a majority vote, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure so that that can be part of the thought process on which direction to go, if there's a direction we're going. And I'll say this, there's been some frustrations at this board level, especially as we deal with the appeals, where not only is there frustration to a certain degree, but there's also a bad optic in the sense that there's been times where we just seem to go against what our planning commission is doing. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, we are two separate bodies, but I think it shows that there's something different in how we are viewing what's moving forward. And so I think this is the reason why this has been brought up, is because there has been some concerns in how it is that some applications are moving forward. We can't stop the ones that are deemed complete. But again, I think the fact that we're already having this conversation, there's a reason we're here, and I think it's because we see a sense of need to make some changes and a sense of concern if those applications, not those, if they're deemed complete, there's nothing we can do, but that more applications may start moving through the process with an expectation that currently the rules are what they are. And I don't know that we need to keep hitting the same wall that we've been hitting. And so I don't know that this is a bad idea. Is it a great need for the potentially 2 to 5 applications potentially that we'll see between now and then? But I think it's also a statement that we see a reason for why we're doing the ordinance change, and that we see a reason to just hit the pause just to make sure that people don't get invested, such as buying land and moving forward in a process that eventually might get swiped from under their feet. And the fact that we're having a much larger discussion about this, I hope that we can maybe bring it back to the public, because we've been doing a lot more than just talking about continuing or not continuing.
You asked us to. We were supposed to talk about it next week, but you're like, oh.
I asked, but I didn't. Yeah, it went into that.
Vice Chair, real quick before I open it back up.
Yeah, well, it seems to me that it's unlikely that we'll get any applications coming in the next 4 months before that ordinance comes back in December. We definitely need changes in the ordinance. We need to take a hard look at that, but I'm not seeing where we're going to really, anything's going to happen between now and December.
I have one more thing.
Yes, please.
One of the thought processes behind this was to allow our staff more time as well to work on the ordinance. And also for the growers, that it's clearly written so that people don't make those investments and then not be able to, they've they've invested and then they can't proceed forward. So it's also a little pause there to help protect them as well. And stating that, well, we might not have anything come forward that is going to slip through is not a good excuse to me, because if it happens to be next door to you that one slips through that will be non-conforming or non-compliant, it affects you. So I don't see what the harm is if it's really, as it's been stated by some, that it's not going to affect anybody. Then what difference does it make? Let's put it in effect. In my opinion, I would like to go with the
Urgency or non-urgency?
non-urgency. So I'd like to push this a little further out so we can get the non-urgency in so that it can be timed and written to go with the adoption of the new ordinance, is what I would personally like to do, and since I'm the one bringing it forward. And again, we don't know, it looks like it'll be the end of the year, we'll be seeing it, and or whenever it marries up, but that's what I would like to see. And I know that there's people that feel that there's no more coming forward, or there might not be any coming forward, but what if there is? And what if it's next door to the person that it's next door to? It's going to make a difference to them. So that's where I'm setting on it. That's what I would like to see.
Supervisor Pyska?
Well, you know, I don't, if we were to say receive an application tomorrow, this is what you're talking about, new applications. There's no way that staff is going to be able to process that application in the next 6 months or 9 months or probably even year, right? I mean, it takes, yeah, let's talk about the time. If we received an application tomorrow, what does that look like for going through the department, all going through your staff and all the way through Planning Commission?
Even if the application were complete, well-designed, and ready to go, it would probably take no less than 8 months to a year to get through our system because of our current workload and other things we have going on.
What are the limitations on the either, I guess, the permits that aren't ready, the permits that have kind of been sitting for quite some time? How much longer do they have? And I don't mean the permits that are just waiting on like a
Complete.
study or, you know, I'm talking about those that have just been dormant for, I mean, what happens and when do they just fall off or when do they get removed from the list?
We do have a denial without prejudice process for those that have been stagnant for typically 6 months. On those, we're sending them letters to get them off the list. So that culling has taken place and we're down to the last ones.
Oh, okay.
Let's say the ones that are stagnant right now all of a sudden come back and they're ready to go. They send in all the incomplete information that was missing. They then go to the back of the line of all the applications that we are processing. So it is unlikely there will be some surge of cannabis applications going before the Planning Commission within the next few months. And when I say unlikely, that is due to current staff resources and capacity, as well as competing things that are going on, because I'm also pulling some time from our planning staff to take a look at our local area plans, our climate adaptation plan. I'm stretching them pretty thin right now, so there's not this reserve of unused time with our staff to all of a sudden start cranking through more cannabis applications. I'm confident in the staff's dedication that the applications that are considered complete right now will continue to proceed. But they will proceed pretty much in the same manner that you've seen them proceeding for the last few years.
What is the average time for an application to get through? Because you said in a perfect world, it would be eight months or longer.
In an average time, probably about 2 years right now.
Right.
So I can guarantee you that any applications received starting today, there's no chance they'd be ready for Planning Commission before the end of the year.
All right. So you did ask to open public comment for one more, just to go around?
Since we were only open for.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and open it up if anyone would like to comment.
Good morning, Board. Tom Lasik. I want to sort of echo what Supervisor Sabatier mentioned.
Oh, morning.
Shannon.
My name's not Shannon, by the way. So I just want to reflect back on how this ball, I think, kind of got started rolling. It was during the Nina Star Farms appeal where I heard Chair Crandall mention the idea of a pause. And it was clear that in that appeal, the applicant had no water, right? I mean, there's no water in that whole area. How did that get all the way to you guys without that being caught, right? And the fair argument was made that, yeah, the water was an issue. Well, there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 in the queue right in the same area. And they all say the same thing. Oh, there's no problem with the water. Okay, so there's something fundamentally going on that's allowing those things to get through the process all the way to you, only to have the very same fair argument made again that there's the same problem. And it's not just water. There's other structural things that are going on in the process that's creating this burden on appeals and bringing it to your attention. And it's not because, the Planning Commission is prejudicial or anything like that, or is seeing things necessarily differently than you are, but I will say that the process is different. As a public, it's very difficult during the Planning Commission hearing to get heard. And so the first opportunity for the public to be actually fully heard is in this body here. So a pause, in addition to, and I respectfully disagree that all of them have to come in. I believe the Streamlining Act would make a reasonable cutoff if it's been approved and it's loaded to CEQA. That is a reasonable and fair cutoff. Be that as it may, when my assessment is, I think the process needs to be looked at. You're going to keep getting people appealing because they come to the hearing saying, hey, I got a problem here and you're not listening. Well, they weren't listened to before, and this is their only chance. So if we can fix the process and make it better and use this time to understand, okay, how many more Nina Stars are there? Okay, we got to reassess those. How many more are having this issue? That was also the basis for an appeal, like Sowers, for example. How many are in that same boat? Well, we need to review those too. And I think you'll find that the number of appeals and the burden that comes onto the board would drop significantly. But I'll leave it at that. But that's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Did
anybody else? I was.
I think he was gonna come up. You want to come up? Come on up. Give Miss 3 full minutes. What's that? Okay.
Kind of hard to do when you're without water, and you can prove that the gentleman, that this cannabis operation is at fault. Ma'am, don't you have that whole thing from the court, the judgment from the court? Didn't you get that?
Sure I did.
Okay. Well, the judgment of the court has already said he is guilty. He has done it. He has stole water from me. And I don't understand. I'm high school educated. I'm a career vet. I mean, I've done it all, and I can't get through to, what's going on. One thing is I just found this out recently about the water level indicators. If they had a water level indicator or a meter, I'd have water, because he couldn't draw it down. Now, this was supposed to be part of the process. And I still disagree with you about marijuana being not the cash crop. I'm sorry, it is. It is. There was a 52-foot trailer pulled across the road from my house. They're loading it up now. It's harvest time. What else is being harvested around here? I don't see any pears. I don't see any walnuts. Grapes are different. Okay, that's a different process. I'm sorry, sir, but you pissed me off.
I tend to do that.
Yeah, I'm 72 years old and I've got a bad temper. I'm sorry, but I'm right. And when I'm right, and I can prove it. Now, and you say that this ordinance you got doesn't take care of the guys that have already had the permits. Well, those permits were done terrible. I mean, ma'am, did anyone?
Sir, can you keep your comments here, and once you're finished, we'll have, she can.
Okay, you can ask her. I believe there was no water people at all on that property looking around. No one came and talked to me about it. No one has ever done a search of the water until he needed the well. And then we got a witch out there, which I happen to have infinite knowledge of, and I know that I cannot have water at my current well. I have to pump it for about 3/4 of a mile. Anyway, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I am at my wit's end. I'm not giving up. I mean, I'm gonna dig into this. Somebody will listen to me. I'm sorry.
All right.
I turned into the rest of my time.
Anyone else in the chambers before we go to Zoom?
My name is Rebecca Pledger. That was my husband. And I know how to get around it sometimes. But what I see today, and from what I've heard, I really appreciate the input, because as it says, the urgency part of it, that's not how I read it. How I read it was that it's urgent that we get this through, to go through, to decrease the amount of cannabis in our county due to, for me, as I see it, driving around this county, excuse me, driving around this county, I see more and more crops that have a high water usage. And how do we get around that? Because, or how do they get around it? Because as I heard a couple weeks ago, that we are not in a drought situation. I researched it because that's what I like to do when I disagree with something. And as of July 29th of this year, 38% of our state is in a drought situation. And that information I obtained from plantmaps.com, because our county, we have a lake out here. It's no longer clear. Years ago, I was born and raised here in Lakeport, and I'm proud of that. Okay, but I see changes, and changes are necessary. And the urgency I see is to restrict so that there doesn't continually be a draw on the water resources in this county. Something just came out from the Farmer's Almanac, which has been around ever since I was born. That's a long time. There is a drought, and it would take 2 feet of rainfall by the end of December to rectify this drought. And
All right, and can we
Come on
stay
up.
off of water now? Let's talk about urgency
Okay.
or non-urgency. You've got your point, but
okay,
just wanna
so
wrap up.
yeah, water is necessary to sustain life, and I feel that the cannabis grows decrease or increase the water consumption.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Zoom. If you can unmute iPhone 10 and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Skyla Laywall, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I am here today because to address what is becoming an undeniable pattern within our county. Delays selective enforcement while our county decides to favor people. Oh, gosh. We are witnessing a quiet moratorium that is not being imposed through legislation, but through bureaucracy and delay. Projects that have met their obligations are being pushed aside. Meanwhile, Director of Community Development has chosen to focus 75% of her department's time on one farm, mine, while other vital work like requested ordinance updates sat on the back burner. We were told the process must be fair and thorough, but it is not being applied evenly. In a recent meeting, Supervisor Owen looked at Director Turner and asked, do you think her farm is going to be a good player?
So can
And I
we
want to
focus
address
on
that
whether you
directly.
think it needs to be an urgency or non-urgency?
It needs to happen. You guys need
So
to pass
you
this
you
ordinance.
favor an urgency ordinance, or you favor just waiting until
You need to pass the ordinance.
moratorium?
because
Yes.
Director Turner has taken way too long to follow your request to get it done.
Thank you. Unmute. We'll give you 3 minutes, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for checking in on that. My name's James Anderson with Everview Law, and we represent a number of permitted cannabis operators within the county. So I'm going to keep my comment brief. It seems like you want it to be, focusing on whether or not it should be an emergency or urgency moratorium or a standard ordinance. My argument that it should be neither. You shouldn't pass this. I would strongly encourage the board to not do this at all. As we heard from Director Turner and Supervisor Pieska, it doesn't even seem like this serves, a purpose at this point, whether or not there's, pending applications or there's a imminent threat of numerous applications coming in is unclear. And I would also point out, a lot of the focus so far has been on, unfairness to, potential neighbors of potential, legal non-conforming uses if more projects are approved, which again is unclear if that will happen. But I'd also like to point out the way that the ordinance is drafted, or at least the urgency ordinance as it was drafted for the prior Board of Supervisors hearing, was it also prevented all modifications to, existing and permitted operations, which would work a terrible unfairness to all cannabis operators in this county who, either want to or need to modify their permit operations, for any reason. There's situations I can think of off the top of my head where permitted operators, want to modify their permits, for environmental reasons or for, minor changes in layouts or anything of that nature. And this ordinance would essentially lock them in place, which is, incredibly unfair to them, especially after they have to go through I would say maybe not an 8-month or year-long process. In, numerous circumstances, it's, 4 or 5 years of investment and time and money and sweat and tears to get their permits. And so, again, I would just urge you, do not adopt this ordinance either as an urgency or as a standard ordinance, and think of the permitted operators in the county if you do consider this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Guest is double guest. Can you unmute? Yeah. And we'll give you 3 minutes.
Not sure why it says double guest, but thank you, Mr. Chair, Angela Amaral. So a couple things. I just want to say that while I appreciate Director Turner remaining optimistic to have a revised ordinance to your board, if history has taught us anything, it's that the public has great concerns about this issue. A revised ordinance would still have to go to the Ag Advisory Committee and back to the Planning Commission before coming back to your board. Keep in mind, a revised ordinance was expected to take 6 months to a year when this first began over 3 years ago. Please remain realistic and realize that a revised ordinance is highly unlikely to be approved by your board by the end of this year. Therefore, I would recommend that a standard ordinance for a moratorium, perhaps with a sunset clause adoption, saying upon adoption of the revised ordinance by your board, would be the prudent thing to do at this time. So just saying that once you guys adopt the new revised ordinance, that would sunset this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Carlos Bono, if you can unmute. All right, so if there's another one.
Hello? Can you hear
Okay,
me?
yes. Start his time.
Yeah, I just I think that as a member of the community here in Lake County, I think that the ordinance should be passed, and we shouldn't be wasting time on moratoriums. The ordinance should be passed or not, one of the two, and that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Did she speak on this already, or did she speak on the previous?
It was the
Yeah,
previous
go ahead. Yeah. You can unmute, Julia.
Oh, I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Reverend Julia Bono here again. On behalf of myself and the other concerned members of the Rainbow Church of Living Light, I am here representing. I ask our Board of Supervisors to vote now to kill this obviously ill-conceived, unpopular, and generally unnecessary moratorium permanently without wasting any further valuable time and effort from county staff or people like myself who are here today when we were told to be here today to vehemently oppose it. We need to pass the actual cannabis ordinance quickly, not waste more time discussing a poorly thought out moratorium like this, urgent or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And just before we go on more, are we talking about this next week or not? Because if we aren't, then I will make comments. If not, I don't want to go back and forth. I'll wait till next week.
Well, that is one of the items before your board. The immediate item before your board is whether or not this item should be continued to a date and time certain. That item being the proposed interim urgency ordinance. So if your board by majority vote wishes to continue that item, that can be done by motion, approval, and I believe there was a proposed date and time certain of August 12th, 1:30 p.m. And so that is one item. So and that is the only item before your board as it relates to this caption. Now, as it relates to this item, in light of these more subsequent discussions, recent discussions today, your board can provide direction to staff, separate and distinct from what I just mentioned as your item before your board, the continuance request. Your board can also provide, as it was with any other items presented to your board, direction to staff for further research or drafting of, because there's been some discussion, some proposal of this being presented as a non-urgency measure or non-urgency ordinance proposal. And staff can certainly look into that pursuant to your board's direction, or internally pursuant to county's policies and procedures by any member of your board, just like with any other item. And that would be a different topic altogether from the first item that's before your board, the continuance request.
So just lastly, if we decide, if Helen decides she doesn't want to go forward with the interim urgency moratorium and she wants to go with a non-urgency, does that still happen next week, or is that a new subject we need to come forward with and this gets killed right now?
Correct, new subject. That part is the part that's correct, because what's captioned right now is interim urgency ordinance. If that's not what we're, if there's not going to be a vote on that, whether it's a continuance or anything else substantive, then there's no action taken to your board as it relates to today's item that's captioned. So anything outside of that item can be taken internally with staff as far as, how to move forward with this, perhaps propose non-urgency method, right? And staff can look into that, or as an alternative, direction can be given to your board because the items seem to be related anyway. The only difference is between the proposals is urgency or non-urgency.
Yes. I would still like to go with, I would like the non-urgency, which is what I'd asked for back in early June. So I would like to I would like to, if we have to rewrite it as a non-urgency standard pause or moratorium, that is actually what I wanted, because I wanted it to coincide where it daylights and it ends with the adoption of the new ordinance, cannabis ordinance. That is what I'd have wanted.
All right. So
So I did not want the urgency.
So what, well, so Supervisor Sabatier, I know you had your pen up. Want to add to this?
I just want to clarify, because there was some comments meant that I think are slightly confusing, and I'd like to get some clarification. Number one, when we do have a new ordinance, not everything is non-conforming legal. You can still be absolutely conforming legal and be able to get an expansion on your farm, get insurance, whatever the case might be. That non-conforming kind of creates problems, but not every farm will be non-conforming. It's very specific to each project. So I just want to clarify that, because we said once there's a new ordinance, the rest are non-conforming and we move forward with the conforming. That's not the case. Number two is in the Permit Streamlining Act, I was thinking this, I had to look it up just to make sure, but if you're deemed complete with this set of rules today, there's a very difficult task to apply new rules to a deemed complete application. And so it's not an impossibility to apply new rules, but it is more difficult to say, well, you were deemed complete, but now we have new rules in December. It's taken 6 months to get through it. That's not what I'm reading. Again, it's not an impossibility, but it's not easy either to apply new rules to a project that has been deemed complete. And so I kind of want to ask County Council if that is an appropriate statement to make, because I think that we're making statements that allows people to say, don't worry about it, even if it's deemed complete, we get to change. Once the rules are in place, they have to abide to those new rules. That might be a new study, that might be a new design, a new site plan. I don't know what that means for the project, but I feel like we've made statements that might lead folks in a direction that may not be the correct way. The Permitting Streamlining Act, what's our status for deemed complete if we change the rules based on the new ordinance we're expecting by the end of the year?
That has to be subject to further research by staff. We could certainly get back to you on that question as it relates to the provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act. I cannot provide an immediate answer. None that would be reliable anyway, even if I were to look through the statutes today. So that direction can be given, or again, offline through staff. That question can be asked, and our office is more than willing to do that research and provide a response.
So it looks, unless someone else has something else, it looks like we're not going to be able to even move forward with it, because Supervisor Owen wants to move forward with a non-urgency. And even if we were to do an urgency, I don't know if we would get 4 out of 5 when it comes to this right now. So, and I think that's what you said right away. I probably should have just taken that when you said that, Supervisor Sabatier, asking if anybody was interested. But yeah, anyhow, I think with that, should we take that date and time out and then allow further direction to staff to help work with Supervisor Owen to work on the non-urgency?
Yes.
And if there is consensus by the board to do that on the non-urgency track,
Can I just withdraw this request?
essentially the item itself, yeah.
I withdraw it.
Okay.
Right. And so is there a consensus to give direction to staff to work on the non-urgency?
Yes, please.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and actually I gave that last week as well, the direction on what I had wanted. with that and the notes that I had sent to you a few weeks ago.
Is there one more Supervisor Sabatier, you're good with it, or are you, okay? Looks like we have consensus to give direction to staff to work with Supervisor Owen on a non-urgency. And with that, I think this ends this. Do
Yes.
we need anything else?
It's killed.
All right.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to close this item and we're going to take a break.
Lunch?
Should we take a lunch break or just a break? Because
It's noon.
I know you have two other things that we're behind on.
It is noon. I'm looking, there he is.
Let's take a lunch break and push it to 1. So we'll go ahead and
Sorry, Ben.
start our lunch break here at 12, come back at 1, and we'll move on to 6.9. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, guys.
No, I'm sorry. I should have. All right, welcome back from our lunch break. We are going to move on to our next item. It is our 6.9. Consideration of an update on county economic development and housing initiatives. Lisa Judd and Ben Rickelman, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. We're here to provide an update on our economic development and housing initiatives that are currently underway. So this is a long list, but we'll try to do it in an efficient manner. Working through the design phase of the economic development and housing website. So this will have several different features we think will be a real asset to the community. Among those is kind of just explaining the ecosystem of different business support organizations, resources available for starting and growing a business, possible sources of capital. We're also going to have a map of both kind of where there's development activity, potential development activity, where there's projects in the pipeline, and then also a map just highlighting the different communities in Lake County for outside audiences. And then there's also going to be a housing component of the website. Do you want to take that?
As we went over last week, there's a housing action and implementation plan, and really that plan is a springboard for a whole lot of work for us to dig in deep and really make some changes, and including the completion of the housing site analysis, creating a developer-friendly atmosphere, which includes some of those the housing web pages. That's going to be part of that. And also another component is that we're working on this in the next year will be attaining the pro housing designation, which has so many wonderful benefits for housing. And then there's the creation of the housing rehabilitation program, looking at that and different opportunities that we have. And then last, we cannot forget the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund. We're still working on that and getting the administrative guidelines finished and our Board of Trustees, and using that as a real resource and tool so that we can further our housing in Lake County.
Do something. Oh, there we go. Just to touch on these other projects then too. So working with the departments that handle large capital projects, public services, public works, and special districts on a capital improvement plan. So putting into plan documents kind of what these projects would require and what stage they're in, if they're still in planning or if they're in active development. Another project is we'll be shortly issuing an RFQ regarding microgrids for communities in Lake County. I know there's been several discussions with the board regarding energy cost, and this might be a solution, at least for parts of the county. So we'll see what we can do there with outside partners. Another project I'm working on with several different partners is the Heart Hub. So this is the healthcare workforce development center. There's 3 components. There's curriculum being built out from roughly 5th to 12th grade to engage students on different technical career pathways, and then there's going to be a continuing education for people who are already in the field, are adults interested, and there'll be a simulation lab. So it should be a pretty exciting project. There is a lease now executed for the site that is across from Sutter Lakeside. There is a request with Senator Padilla, so we might secure some congressional funding, which would be great. And I'm currently working on Economic Development Administration disaster supplemental funding for the equipment for the space. As brought up a few weeks ago with Jeff Lucas from Community Development Services, we anticipate an upcoming notice of funding availability with the Community Development Block Grant that can be used for economic development or housing, we believe. That's what the last one was. So we're still waiting for the NOFA to be released. This would be the first one under this administration, so there might be some changes. But we're getting some signals from the state that they anticipate the NOFA will be released in September. So we'll see. But whenever it's released, we'll be coming back to the board with a specific program of proposed activities. And then the last one, which is new, so with Lake County's fragmented water and sewer network, and it's just, I've heard with some development projects, and this is a general California issue too, is just the upfront costs for putting projects together with impact fees and development fees. What some communities in California have done is a fee deferral program for qualified projects. So for some communities, it's just commercial and industrial projects of certain size. Some communities also do affordable housing. And how it works is they pay a portion of the impact fee up front, and then through a few subsequent years, they pay a portion. So a common setup is like 25% initially, and then the next 3 years they're paying 25%. And the attraction to the company or whoever's developing is because there's so much pre-development work here and the timelines are somewhat uncertain, you're at least generating some income before you're having to pay this. So further discussions with special districts, and then we'll come back to the board to present some options for further consideration. So this is a table, just going a little bit more detail, kind of anticipated targeted completion for some of these projects, and then where it stands with funding for some of them. This is just going a little bit more, as I spoke to before, on the economic development website and housing website, and some of the tools and resources we will be featuring. Just again, Karen Pavoni took some great photos, and some of these are provided by the companies too, that I think will be a really good showcase for Lake County and kind of tell a story that really isn't out there, that's easily accessible at the moment on the internet. This is a proposed project sheet for the CIP. So this would be for an individual project, as you've probably seen with other communities' capital improvement plans. So it provides the time frame, where the funding's coming from, and how the funding's being allocated for the project itself. This is just a battery storage system that is part of a microgrid. So the picture on the left is one of Sutter's simulation labs. Sutter's one of the biggest partners on this project. And then, so something like this would be in the Heart Hub. And then on the right is just the blue rectangle is the property where the Heart Hub will be and where the lease has been executed. So they're doing some work with legal on the curriculum side, but then also they're going to start doing some work on the design side of the space. And as long as I'm up here, there's been some interesting developments legislatively regarding economic development on both the federal and the state level. So on the federal level, with the recently passed HR 1, the reconciliation bill, opportunity zones were made permanent in the federal tax code. And a very high level way of explaining opportunity zones is you're basically incentivizing the allocation of capital gains through the tax code. It doesn't necessarily have to be commercial real estate development, but that's what it's overwhelmingly been. I think that's mostly because of the tax benefits. So there is some interesting changes. I guess just time frame wise. So the existing opportunity zones, I believe there's 2 in Clear Lake at the moment. Those will now sunset at the end of calendar year 2028. And then for the new ones, the governor's office still has the full discretion of making those where the OZs can be for eligible census tracts. The governor's office is supposed to make that decision by the beginning of July 2026, and then they'll be active the beginning calendar year of 2027. They now have a separate rural opportunity zone fund with this legislation that provides 2 decent advantages for rural investment. One is the step up in basis. Do we know what? So step up in basis is what the fair market value will be taxed at. So like if you inherit a piece of property and let's say the previous owner, the valuation went from 300 to 600,000, and then under your ownership, it went to 600 to 650,000. You're only taxed on the capital gain of the 600 to 650,000. The 3 to 6 is stepped up in basis. So when capital gains are rolled over into a opportunity zone fund, that stepped up in basis will be 30% for rural tracts, which all of Lake County qualifies, compared to 10% in urban. And then another change that's important for rural is with the existing program, it has to be 100% substantial improvement. So that means the value of the investment has to transform it at least 100% in value. So that usually means new construction. You can't really do, most renovations aren't going to increase value by 100%. Whereas with the new rural OZs, you can do 50% improvement. So if it's a significant renovation of an existing property, it should work. So there is a dynamic map you can find online, or I can send out to people, that has the new OZs mapped, but this is a picture of it. So those, I shouldn't say the new OZs, I should say eligible census tracts for OZ designation. So those orange census tracts are ones that could be designated, and of those orange ones, 25% will be designated. So what I've seen in the past is opportunity zones won't in of themselves induce development, but it's a strong kind of layer to make that decision. And the county doesn't have any formal power in designation, but I think it would be a good idea to put some thought into tracks we think would be a good choice for the governor's office.
So 25% of the eligible
Correct.
precincts in the county. So
In the state.
in the state. Okay, that's what I want to make sure, because we have so many, not all, but many in the county, but we still have to be competitive.
Correct.
So what percentage of the eligible tracts in our county do you think we should prioritize?
I think it's more just what's in the individual tracks and is there potential projects, and could this kind of tip the balance of something actually happening instead of maybe just a nominal number?
Okay,
And,
that makes sense.
and then making that argument to the governor's office why this specific track is a good idea for selection.
Perfect. And what's the time frame for that?
So there hasn't, when I worked on it, when the program came out, the initial round, I mean, there wasn't anything public. It was just kind of conversation. That was in a different state, but just conversations with the governor's office to make it. But the law says the governor is supposed to make the designation the beginning of July 2026.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Bruno.
Yeah, thank you for talking about this. I knew there was a version 2.0 coming in, and just to let you know, when the first maps came out, I was proud then, maybe not so proud here, but we did steal the city of Clear Lake. I worked with the city manager to write a letter saying we should be designated an extra and took one away from the county. So there can be changes made, so I would say advocacy will still exist, and that we need to be on top of it to make sure that we retain what we get or make sure that we have what we need.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I guess the one other thing I'll say is they did tighten up the income. So it was before, now 80% below median family income for the state, and now it's 70%. Our census tract that's has at least 20% in the poverty rate and not above 100, I believe, 20% of median family income for the state. So with the state budget bill recently passed, there was some measures that pertain to both housing and economic development. I'm not going to cover them all, just ones I think have strong interest here. So AB 130, this exempts, and this is both for market rate and affordable, which is, there's been a lot of CEQA exemption for housing just for affordable social housing. So this is both. It won't have a major impact in the unincorporated areas of Lake County because it's only for incorporated areas and then what the census calls urban areas. And we do have a little bit of that in Lake County, in Nice, in Clear Lake Rivieras. But one of the stipulations with the law is it excludes parcels that are in the very high fire threat severity. So that
Boom.
Yeah. But it could spur housing production, which would still be beneficial to the county-wide economy and quality of life within the cities. And then SB 131, which was also part of the state's budget, had several other CEQA exemptions. I think of particular importance to the county, wildfire risk mitigation projects, broadband. So all the companies that are working on both the middle mile and the federal funding account last mile projects are they're aware of this and I believe utilizing it. And then advanced manufacturing, we do actually have a company, I don't think they necessarily need a secret, but I didn't ask them to say it publicly. If you have an area zone industrial, and it is fairly targeted to what I would consider truly advanced manufacturing, but they're looking at an additional building facility that this will help. And this was presented last week, and certain policies and information will be on the website too that reflect it. That's it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll open it up for public. You do have one?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So you gave a laundry list of things. Do you have a specific priority? Like, I don't know, I'm thinking like building a house, you build a foundation and the walls. Are you looking at specific priorities as to what can propel other economic development rather than just focusing on all those things all at once.
Yeah, so just we'll be wrapping up the website soon. I think that's important to have that platform out for both locally and for a wider audience, so people get a much better feel what's possible in Lake County and what can happen. And we can also then create materials off that pretty easily, which I can use. Plan to be going attending site selection conferences more in the upcoming year, so both ICSC in Las Vegas and Monterey, and then also just one-on-one conversations with developers out of market, primarily in Sacramento and the Bay Area. Also then, I think kind of the secondary priority is the EDA application, just because that project is moving ahead and the lease is signed. And I think it's a really big opportunity for the county.
And my second question for you is, you had mentioned, I'm looking up just to see if I'm not misconstruing with others, the potential reduction in commercial developments like fee deferrals. Is that also a concept you're looking at for residential? Because again, we could add all the commercial developments if we wanted to, but if there's not a pool of employees to pull from, we need housing for, just like if we expand, we need housing for those that we hire. Just kind of curious if that's also within that range and not just commercial developments.
I think that's a discussion with the board and with special districts. I think it's a great idea, but I think it's more just figuring out how to target it. So other communities in California, they do maybe a residential development of a certain size. I think just also because of the administrative burden. But yeah, I think it's definitely something we'll pursue.
And then my last comment is more of a seeing if there's consensus from the board or even a comment from yourself. All of the listed economic development topics, is there a way to get a concept of how many jobs do we anticipate to create and how much the return on the investment might be based on other concepts in other areas, just to kind of get a glimpse as to what we should anticipate?
I mean, I could put something together. It might be hard to kind of tie it all together. So with like the Heart Hub, we can, I think, put a pretty quantitative case together how this is going to impact the medical industry here and the economic impact. And then with the deferral program, we can look at other communities. I mean, it's always kind of art, kind of science, what made them pull the trigger and make that investment. But we can look at developments tied to those programs and see maybe what's potential. I know there's a few properties here where that does seem to be kind of the hang up, is the impact fees for anything moving forward. So yeah, I think there is a way to quantify it.
That would be great. I would love to see that just to kind of help me better understand what the impacts will be.
On where it says create a developer-friendly atmosphere, from what aspect? County or community? I mean, I know that we can't control how the community feels about it, but how do we, I know you're probably speaking about our county being more friendly towards developers. Is there a way to mix it in with having some guidelines or some benchmarks that help with community engagement and community friendly types of atmospheres as well?
I'm just going to answer it from the housing perspective.
Yes.
So we did a lot of developer engagement when we did the community engagement piece, and we really heard from the developers that they really want to know up front if there's any costs or things they don't want to know when they're farther down the pipeline. You know, point of contact would be a wonderful thing that I've heard from them as well, so they're not trying to deal with so many entities and being frustrated. So if we can get the message out that, you know, we want development here in Lake County and we're easy to work with, and developer friendly is what we're looking for, through a bunch of, like you said, outreach to those developers that we know are here in the county and others that might come in, with our web page to have resources like the interactive web map so they can look in and see what criteria they're looking for when they're building. Just all those things to make it streamline, make it easier for them, and have a better experience.
And I'm just diving into this because that would be great. It's just once it gets into project mode, we have people that want to appeal or have issues and want to bring it to a public forum. So that's what I'm really getting to. I want to be able to, think ahead and get ahead of that curve as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say, so when I've worked on larger projects elsewhere, sometimes there's been a specific assigned point of contact in the agencies or departments handling the development process. So I mean, that's a policy that could be, it could be, every development, it could be developments of certain size or type. And I've seen a lot of value in that.
Okay, thanks. I'm just trying to get ahead of that curve because I understand and hope that we can get to that point of developing. We just have to have a unique balance when it comes to the project and the permit status. So, any other questions? Oh, sorry, Vice Chair.
I was just going to comment, I like the possible fee deferral program as well, because I think it's another aspect of being able to make it more attractive for people. Maybe it's easier for them to get started and they can pay some of those fees later. So I think that's definitely something we should keep looking at.
I thought you put your pen back up, sorry.
Just reaching for my mic, hanging on.
I'll open it up for public comment. Please come on up if you have a comment.
Nancy Rosica. Ben, have you ever heard of Arrow Acres? Okay, good. Because Workrite Products was going to go to the Napa airport. They had been operating in some old, I think they were pear packing sheds in Findlay. And their first big contract when they decided to develop the frameless shower door was with Hyatt Hotels. So to this day, if you go to a Hyatt Hotel or you live in an older home, maybe it was Brad, you told me that you had a Workrite shower door. I've got a Workrite shower door in my house. The road on the south, I guess it'd be the southwest side of the airport. Here, I'm a pilot. I'm not active now, so I don't remember exactly what the heading was on that. But anyway, it's like a freeway out there. And we have one business out there. It was a spa manufacturer after Workrite was bought by a Kansas firm and moved the business to Kansas. Anyway, it needs water and sewer out there. Is there money to put water and sewer in a previously planned industrial development site? I mean, Ester Formula has just spent what I would imagine is a fortune on upgrading their leach field and their septic system. And they've had a permit in the planning department, I think it was since January. And I don't know, maybe Brad knows, if they've gotten their permits so they can ship their products. Anyway, let's keep that in mind. What sites are available around the county? And what happened with Ester Formula, they sent a man to this country who had lived in London a long time. He was Korean. And he started on the East Coast and looked at sites in New Jersey, maybe it was Tennessee, and Texas, and ended up here in Lake County. And when he drove in, he was like Brigham Young coming to Salt Lake City. Wow, this is the place. As he came across, and they bought that building, and it's been an uphill battle. So let's make sure we are truly business friendly. I attended a couple of Gwinnett presentations, and I was appalled that it's taken them 5 years. I think the first thing that should have been done, and I'll tell the Planning Commission this soon, maybe, if I have the guts to. I feel like I know all you better to say this. But who would want to own a house, an expensive house in a new development on Butte Canyon Road? Come on now. There's a project in Nebraska that was called Devil's Nest, and only people in the immediate area knew the history of Devil's Nest. That's where the James boys hung out. And the sheriff in Yankton, South Dakota said, hey, let the devils stay in their nest. Well, first thing Cliff and I did, advising the Omaha National Bank, and later we bought it for them for pennies on the dollar and sold it off in parts, including one vineyard, was let's change the name, and we started calling it just The Nest. Who would want to build the main road with the most beautiful views was Devil's Rim Drive. So let's kind of look at some of these things, especially when people first come into the planning department. We need to do some marketing that will attract people from the Bay Area to bring their big dollars up. You can't buy a condo in East Bay for less than $1 million. I just saw that this weekend. So anyway,
Nancy.
I just hope you'll remember Arrow Acres. I worked on it for many years, and before I die, I'd like to see something out there besides just the work right building. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Go ahead.
So a few comments on that. I think it'd be a great area for development. There is the Economic Development Administration's Public Works, which is a bit of a misnomer on the name, but they will do water and sewer for industrial area, but it has to be tied to direct job creation or retention. So we need an interested private sector partner to come in. But if there is one available and it fits for the community, that's definitely funding we could pursue to provide water and sewer through the EDA. And yes, totally agree with the Esther Formula major use permit. Checking in with community development again to see when that will be scheduled with the Planning Commission. And then I believe we're also pursuing California Competes competitive through the state income tax credit with them for which I think will be beneficial.
All right. Yep, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair Crandall, Vice Chair Rasmussen, and supervisors. Margot Kambara, Lake County resident. The interest in microgrids from the administrative office is very promising. Bravo. Where would the community find information on the microgrids in terms of preferred locations or criteria for location? This information is particularly of interest to the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Local Area Plan Committee members. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention I'm on the General Plan Advisory Committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as part of the CDBG economic development, NOFA, our thought is as part of the submittal, there's a bucket that can be used for planning. So we would apply for a microgrid analysis to look at different communities, kind of what is the needs, what's the possibility, what are possible sites where you could put storage systems and solar arrays. So that's one possibility, and we'll explore others too.
Thanks, man. Any other public comment, maybe on Zoom? Betsy, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center. Nancy, you inspire me. The issues you brought up are so politely and gently are reflective of my concerns. When I first came here, the county had invested almost $1 million in a marketing plan, and I've been hearing over and over and over and over and over and over again that we'll figure out how to put sewer and water out there at the airport. You have already somewhere in the bowels of the dungeon downstairs the records of the old CDD. You have 4 or 5 key areas of the county that were designated through marketing analyses for focused development: the Nice Lucerne cutoff, the airport area. I really don't know the proper name that Nancy used for the area, but that whole area there. Kelseyville, in its local area plan committee, spoke about wanting to develop industrial capacities or light industrial capacities. You've certainly got the city of Clear Lake, which has lots of development needs. So it's not like you don't have this information. And I really, some of the answers that Mr. Rickleman crafts on the spot, and knowing that he's on the spot, I forgive him, but some of them really don't contain any solid information. It's something that the board, gets hung up on all the time. Plus the issues around the water, which you heard about earlier, and the concerns that the general plan has. There are many, many concerns that you should be addressing. So I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied that this is doing anything more than just treading water. The last comment I want to make, and please forgive me, but I have to tell you this: those colors, that green and that pink, they are horrible. You should just simply have somebody pick colors that knows how to do that. Otherwise, great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom? All right, if there's no more public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final thoughts?
Looking up the colors.
I am too.
Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you
all
for
the
this
work.
presentation and for the information. All right.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to 6.10, presentation of Community Development Department Code Enforcement on Body-worn Camera Policies, and CAO.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Director Turner has asked me to request respectfully that this item be moved to a date, excuse me, a date to be determined.
Okay. So to be determined later. Okay. So any comments from the board?
I don't have a problem with continuing it.
Okay.
I understand they want to just carefully review it further.
All right. I'll open it up for the public. All right, I'll bring it back to the board, and we will continue to a date to be determined. I'm going to go back to 5.3. Did Lisa leave? Oh, no, there she is. Perfect. We're just going to hit 5.3 as pulled from consent since we're done with timed. And since it was just kind of covered somewhat in the last presentation, we'll go off and address this. Adopt the final Lake County Housing Action and Implementation Plan as amended. And Mrs. Canberra, you pulled this. Did you want to come up and explain that?
Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara, Lake County resident. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of the Lake County Housing Plan. Before your board approves a final draft offer for your approval today, your board may wish to remind staff to add a definitions section that you requested last Tuesday. The addition of the definition section can occur prior to your approving the final draft presented, or in the fall with the addition of the 2 goals recommended by Supervisor Pyska. Of course, this is your board's decision. Last Tuesday, when your board considered the HAPE, the Housing Action Implementation Plan, Supervisor Sabatier suggested toning down the HAPE's language on, quote, the use of categorical or statutory California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA exemptions, end quote. Your board's direction on this point to staff would be instructive to staff and board-appointed bodies such as the Planning Commission. I respectfully ask your board to consider including Supervisor Sabatier's comment on the use of CEQA exemptions as a revision to the HAPE. Thank you.
All right. Did you have any comments on that? Lisa?
Only that, as we talked about earlier, this is a living document, and putting those definitions together in such a short period of time is challenging. I just want you to know that Director Turner and myself and our climate resiliency officer will be meeting tomorrow to start discussing the post-climate, post-disaster elements that Supervisor Pyska requested. And we certainly can add the definitions when we come to your board again with that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I don't remember getting consensus on the additions of definitions. I know that I had mentioned it, so I wasn't expecting to see it because I don't remember getting that full consensus in comparison to some of the items that you mentioned in the memo. But
Thank you. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure either, so I know that
I'd love to see it there if the rest of the board also agrees that.
For the definitions, is that what it was?
Yeah. To add definitions to certain words that like small lots or whatever it was, things like that, that it doesn't describe itself just by reading it.
How is that already being done, or is that something we were going to look at later, like you mentioned, or is that the same subject?
And that it would come back at a later time when she's ready. I don't think we gave consensus last time.
Yeah, I'm just fine for that to be part of the next
Yeah,
draft. Like,
yeah.
it doesn't need to be.
Same here.
Yeah, I don't remember what we said before, other than I think we did say that not necessarily everything had to be done this week. It could be edited, so I'm fine with adding that definitions in at the point that they're ready.
Okay.
Bring it back.
And appreciate the changes made.
Thank you.
All right. When do we anticipate this coming back?
I think we said it let's see, for fall.
Okay.
Before the end of the year.
Okay. Anything to add, Lloyd? I've seen you look over, so I was worried. I thought maybe.
No, I mean, your board can approve, with staff's consent or request, approve by motion, the plan that's been uploaded, the finalized version of that, and then add direction to staff to come back at the next draft to add the definition section.
I'll open it up for public comment real quick. Bring it back to the board so someone can say so moved.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second as moved with the recommendation of County Council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Any recommendations?
5.4, please.
5.4, approve agreement between County of Lake County Behavioral Health Services, and as lead agency for the Lake County Continuum of Care and Adventist Health Clear Lake Hospital Incorporated in the amount of $184,000 for the period of June 1st, 2025 through October 31st, 2026, and authorize the chair to sign. Director Elise Jones.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I believe that we have to pull this item, but I would like to check with Supervisor Spatier, who of course sits as the chair for the Lake County Continuum of Care. I do not believe that this agreement has yet been approved by the Continuum.
So embarrassingly enough, I had to ask Director Jones, because I am the chair of the COC, did we pass this? I wasn't aware as well, but it is on our agenda this Thursday for us to approve.
We got ahead of ourselves.
So we got just slightly ahead, and so I checked in with Melissa Kopp, who was very helpful and let me know. So it is on this agenda coming up on Thursday, and so we'll be ready to bring it back as soon as it's ready.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. No worries. So with that,
7.2, please.
so I will go ahead and open it up for the public real quick for that. Anyone? All right. Bring it back to the board, and we will continue that till a later date to be determined. 7.2, consideration of amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Vista Pacifica Enterprises Incorporated for adult residential support services and specialty mental health services in the amount of $745,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Director Jones.
Yes, thank you. I believe we are just closing out our previous fiscal year with Vista Pacifica, which is a facility that has among other things, a skilled nursing component. So it's very valuable for individuals who might have, like, for example, dialysis needs or wound care, to have that service. And as always, we're looking to step people down into a lower and less expensive level of care. But this will help us finish up with Vista Pacifica. Thank you.
All right. Any comments from the board? Open it up for public comment. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve amendment to the agreement between the County of Lake and Vista Pacific Enterprises, Inc., increasing the fiscal year 2024-2025 contract maximum for $660,000 to $745,000 and authorize the Board of the Supervisors to sign, the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign the amendment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Hang on
opposed?
a second.
Is that the right number?
Which one?
It says 745. Oh, sorry. Aye.
All right. All right. So I have 5 yeses. Any noes? All right. Motion carries 5-0. There we go. Just continue down. We'll go down to 7.3. Consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and California Psychiatric Transitions Incorporated for inpatient psychiatric rehabilitation services, inpatient competency restoration services, and professional services associated with inpatient psychiatric rehabilitation in the amount of $350,000 for fiscal year 25-26. Director Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really critical contract. California Psychiatric Transitions is one of the only facilities in the state of California that can serve as an alternative to Department of State Hospital. And so they're able to accept individuals who are on Murphy's conservatorship, and people who have been deemed incompetent to stand trial, so they perform competency restoration. And it's as many people as we can divert from DISH, as they call it, Department of State Hospitals, into CPT. That is good for us. So,
All right. Any comments from the board? Open it up to the public. With no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and California Psychiatric Transitions, Inc. for inpatient psychiatric rehabilitation services, inpatient competency restoration services, and professional services associated with inpatient psychiatric rehabilitation in the amount of $350,000 for fiscal year 25-26, and authorize the chair to sign.
No second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Next is 7.4. Consideration for approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and Lake County Office of Education Safe Schools Healthy Students Program for school-based specialty mental health services in the amount of $825,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Director Jones.
thank you. Another one wrapping up the 24-25 fiscal year. To me, this marks an incredible success of the provision of specialty mental health services through the schools. I'm pleased to report a dozen, I believe, or more school sites have been certified for specialty mental health, and Lake County Office of Education runs a youth behavioral health program essentially on behalf of the county. And so I remember when I started with the department, we weren't seeing contracts above like $150,000. And so when you see a higher contract dollar amount, that's because they claim those services. That's fee for service. So that's a whole lot more youth being served in our schools.
Any questions from the board? I'll open it up for public comment. No hands. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Lake County Office of Education for school-based mental health services for fiscal year 24-25, increasing the contract maximum to $825,000, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. 7.5, consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and Hilltop Recovery Services for ASAM Residential Level 3.1 and 3.5, and Intensive and Outpatient Levels of Care 1.0 and 2.1 in the amount of $2 million for fiscal year 25 and 26. Director Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge the incredible work of Hilltop Recovery. We've enjoyed a really wonderful and productive working relationship with them for many years. And now that we are a DMC ODS county, we're utilizing them more than ever because more of our beneficiaries have coverage for those services. And they have always made it a priority to take Lake County residents because they have no problem getting business. And so I really appreciate them and their dedication to our community. There's even been years past when we couldn't, beneficiaries didn't have coverage and they'd have them for free. They just did it for free. So now they're fortunately getting paid for all of this. So a critical component of our DMC ODS network.
ODS, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a really good thing when we got that waiver pushed forward. It helped
Yes.
with that. Supervisor Sabatier?
I took a act of Congress. That was a difficult task. I just wanted to mention on this one, I didn't want to mention it on the previous one. This one's a bigger number item. I'm planning to approve it. Looking for consensus from the board, and I appreciate it. I send emails. I'm sure Director Jones would speak to it, always asking further questions for most of these important but also costly services. In all of the contracts, it requires an annual report to be submitted to behavioral health. I would love to see the previous year's report so we can show the public and share with us what are some of the outcomes, what are some of the demographics, because we're seeing the great intention, but we're not seeing what's the result of those great intentions. And I'd love to see if we can marry those two things together to be better exposed to that information and share more how it is that we're doing things. And I know we're working towards those things, but just looking for board consensus that would be really great if we can get, we're not going to get this year's, but if we can even get the previous years to get an understanding on the results of the actions of these contracts.
You have that report available because we have to have these contracts approved this time of year. We can't wait for a report. So I'm asking, is that even going to be available?
Yes, actually, I did provide, Hilltop did provide a report. And I'd also like to further clarify that as with all other, most other contracts, there's extensive oversight by the Department of Healthcare Services. There's an incredible audit burden for these services. And so I would be cautious about imposing additional reporting requirements on the plan because we are already heavily reporting to the Department of Healthcare Services. Also, due to behavioral health transformation, the entire state is moving along in implementing outcome data tracking, but we are certainly not alone in the struggles that present themselves with those type of metrics. I think that's all my comments.
Yeah. I think the most important thing is we get these contracts approved. And I would like to see them be on consent because, I really respect your time and your staff's time. And I think, it's more appropriate for us to put these on consent and be able to approve these quickly and not have you sit here all day, even though we love you so much.
Yeah. Supervisor.
If I may respond, I'm not asking for any extra reports. Like I said, inside the contracts, there's already a reporting requirement. I get it that in August or July, having a report from the previous year is not, I'm talking about the previous year, because these contracts, the majority of them are not brand new. If they are brand new, there'll be no report to attach, but in the future there would be. And I just think it helps to be more transparent with the public. We have $19 million that we're talking about today, specifically for behavioral health. Sharing some of that information, I think, enlightens and lightens the potential conflict or issues of people concerned about the cost of these services.
I mean, I think we've got the monthly newsletter. I think there's ways to share out that, we don't have to. What I'm concerned about is the amount of time that our board is spending with this. And I would like to see these put more efficiently on consent. And so if there's a certain report you're looking for, maybe it could be added to the memo on consent, or maybe this data could be added to the newsletters that are just so lovely that your staff puts out, so that we're not putting more of a burden on staff right now.
I just wasn't clear. Is that some kind of report you already have from the previous year that
Yes.
is already something
Yes.
that wouldn't cause extra work.
It shouldn't, although our enforcement of collecting those reports, given, as I said, the extensive auditing burden that they already experience, hasn't always been consistent. But Lori did a really good job with the one she developed, which includes not just like, what they did in the community events and things like that, which is also really powerful. But demographics, particularly when you're looking at penetration rates into different populations, you're looking for disparities. We actually also do report globally on that with our external quality review reports, which I come every year before the board, and that gives a global picture of the entire plan's work. And so now that we are a DMC ODS county, that EQRO encompasses all of those SED services as well. So there'll be really great data this next time on penetration rates because now it's in that same system, if that makes any sense.
So it encompasses what's being asked for here?
It doesn't encompass specific provider by provider, but it breaks out all the different types of levels of care and outcomes across all those levels of care in aggregate.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Any other comments or? No? Any public comment on this? I'll open it up. All right. We are on yes, we're on Hilltop right now. 7.5.
Nancy Ruzicka, for a number of years, I chaired the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Committee, so I was very close to the programs, and I'm pleased to see all these programs by professionals that hopefully have a good track record. Hilltop Recovery Services was burned out, was up on Common and now in Clear Lake Oaks. And we had a couple employees over the years that needed to use their services, and it was very successful. I'd like to always see where these things are located. Hilltop Recovery is local. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Hilltop Recovery Services for ASAM residential level 3.1 and 3.5 and intensive and outpatient levels of care 1.0 and 2.1 in the amount of $2 million for fiscal year 25-26 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's see, so we're just going down the list, sorry. 7.6, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and New Life Health Authority, DBA, New Life LLC, for substance use disorder outpatient drug-free services, intensive outpatient treatment services, and narcotic treatment program services in an amount not to exceed $12 million for fiscal year 25-26. Director Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those required levels of care that we do not currently have in the county, but we would love to. We're working very hard to see how we can actually, it's just the methadone component. We do have a medication-assisted program that it's at Lucerne, it's at our clinic there, it's county operated, but it's not methadone, it's everything but that pretty much. So for those folks that methadone is the best option for them, or they want to do New Life for whatever reasons, beneficiaries have choice. So we're grateful to them for being able to provide those services. And this is also a unique contract because New Life Clinic, as you may recall, is a Tribal 638 clinic that bills a single encounter rate through the OMB, which I cannot remember. It's a federal department, and they set rates and things like that. And so essentially, Pinoleville Tribal Nation, who owns the clinic, has generously and continues to offer up the non-federal share of cost. And as you may recall, Medi-Cal is a pie, and one part of the pie is a local county match. The other part is state general fund. You ship those up to the feds, and then they ship your whole claim back down. So we do not have any cent of county funds that contribute towards these services at all. These are federal dollars that are drawn down on behalf of New Life.
Thank you for that. That was one of my questions. Any comments from Supervisor Sabatier?
Just wanted to say that I will not be voting for this as I feel I do not have the financial information to feel comfortable for such a large number.
Right, any other comments? Open it up for public comment. No hands in Zoom. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and New Life Health Authority, DBA New Life LLC, for substance use disorder treatment services for fiscal year 25-26 in an amount not to exceed $12 million and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Next, we have 7.7, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Willow Glen Care Center for adult residential support services and specialty mental health services in an amount not to exceed $500,000 for fiscal year 25 and 26. Director Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a critical need for us. Willow Glen is a placement for many individuals on conservatorship who require a lot of help. And we work incredibly diligently to step those individuals down. We actually recently expanded our discharge planning team by, maybe we doubled it, because we're going out to these facilities, we're visiting with our beneficiaries, we're working with those programs to help figure out how they're going to step back down into the community. We have also just recently issued a notice of award to an agency through an RFP process to open up another boarding care facility. That's one of our biggest barriers, is there aren't sufficient boarding cares to step people down into. But it is big on our mind. It's not only expensive monetarily, but also it's, expensive for that individual to be out of their home for so long. So we're motivated to get them out, but nonetheless, these are pretty critical services.
All right, any questions from the board? Open it up for public comment. Not seeing any hands in Zoom, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Willow Glen Care Center for specialized mental health services for fiscal year 25-26 in an amount not to exceed $500,000 and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Right. Next, we have 7.8. Consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Women's Recovery Services, ASAM Level 3.1, residential treatment services to continue vital SUD treatment services for Lake County residents in the not-to-exceed amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 25 and 26. Director Jones.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So this is a perinatal program, which means pregnant or parenting women or people. And we do have an in-county option that is run by Roebuck Community Services called the Thule House. However, they're in a regional model, so they don't just take people from Lake, they take people from all over. Usually they're incredibly accommodating and will accept our Lake County people. However, in the event that they don't have the ability to, we have another place. And also sometimes for clinical reasons, it is better for the individual to be out of county and kind of away from the environment. And I visited the campus. It's absolutely gorgeous. They have a beautiful facility. They have childcare on site. Every time I go there, I'm incredibly impressed and grateful for the work that they do.
All right. Any questions from the board? I'll open it up for public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between County of Lake and Women's Recovery Services, ASAM Level 3.1 residential treatment services to continue vital SUD treatment services for Lake County residents in the not-to-exceed amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 25-26 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. 7.9, consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and Archway Recovery Services Incorporated for ASAM levels 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, and withdrawal management levels 1 and 2 for in the amount of $500,000 for fiscal year 25-26. Director Jones.
Thank you again. This is such a beautiful result of our DMC ODS opt-in. We did not have this service available to us prior. There aren't sufficient, actually no in-county detox facilities, and so we have to go out of county, although we're working currently on building local capacity. We've visited the Archway campuses. And it's been a desperate need, so detox saves lives, and I'm grateful that we can offer this benefit to our community.
All right. Any questions from the board? I'll open it up for the public. No hands in Zoom. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Archway Recovery Services, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $500,000 for fiscal year 25-26 and authorize the chair of the board to sign.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 7.10, consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and Redwood Quality Management Company Incorporated in the amount of $1,212,019.90 for fiscal year 25 through 29. Director Jones.
Thank you. This is a pretty incredible, in my opinion, project. So this is leveraging the county's opioid settlement funds as part of the cash match for the bond grant that they were awarded. Folks are familiar with Proposition 1, and it was a two-parter, one of which was the bond. So our QMC wrote for the grant, was awarded, and with that, we'll be establishing a behavioral health campus on the property, kind of behind Burger King, like up on Hamburger Hill, I think behind Taco Bell, really. And this will be a mental health rehabilitation center with co-occurring, we can support detox, and we'll be pursuing ACM 3.7 designation really hard. And it's also a continuum model, so there will be outpatient programming there as well to help people transition between levels of care. And I know we have somebody here from our QMC who can speak more to that if they wish, but I think it's an incredible leveraging of the county's opioid settlement funds to bring a much needed service into our community.
All right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
So I'm taking a similar position for the opioid settlement funds being used without understanding or seeing the breakdown of the total amount that we're supposed to receive. I did this in a previous agenda when there was opioid settlement funds. And I'm also concerned about the process in which the plan is great. The plan is great, but we got to do it the correct way. The fact that on December 3rd, 2024, when we were provided the final plan from the community, shows that there is a plan to work with Anchor Health Management and Redwood Community Services with an opioid settlement fund match request of $1.125 million. Tells me there's some preordained RFP results. This is our RFP, and the result is the exact same that was told to us back in December. And I'm worried that not following the right RFP process of being equal to all opportunities is a potential pushback. I also have many more questions. Who owns the facility at the end? Things like that. But at this moment in time, I will be saying no on this one.
You have any?
No.
No? Any other comments from the board? I'll open it up to the public. Sir, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Crandall, Board, ACO, Parker. Thank you for the opportunity to come and say hello. I wanted to introduce Redwood Quality Management Company. I'm Dan Anderson, the Chief Operations Officer for our QMC. Excuse me. We are a local company based out of Ukiah. We've been providing mental health services over there for quite a long time. We actually were the administrative service organization for, for the Mendocino County Behavioral Health Department, overseeing the delivery of specialty mental health services, managing the quality assurance and the contracts for the providers. We've also been the psychiatric services provider for beneficiaries that get services through the local mental health plan. About 5 years ago, I guess it was, we recognized there was a gap in services in the continuum of care within Mendocino County, that folks that needed a post-acute crisis inpatient hospitalization stay, where they needed some sort of transitional level of care, there wasn't anything available in Mendocino County. folks that needed that, who were placed on a conservatorship, LPS conservatorship, or needed that chance for stabilization, recovery. They all had to be placed out of county, sometimes hundreds of miles away. And so it made it really tough to have them stay connected to their local support system, their families, and then that transitioning back home was hard because you couldn't maintain services, setting up the right housing arrangement, supporting all their needs was really hard. So we applied for a grant and actually got a BCHIP grant, Behavioral Health Consortium Infrastructure Program grant, and are almost complete with that project in Ukiah. We should be opening here in the next few weeks, 16-bed residential services. In looking at additional needs, we had extended conversations with Lake County Behavioral Health Services, some of our other partners, and saw the same need in Lake County. So we went ahead and applied for a second grant through the bond round one and got a grant approval for building a mental health rehabilitation center, outpatient clinic, and supportive services here in Lake County. And so we've proceeded ahead with that. We've submitted actually a use permit application to the city of Lakeport. As Director Jones said, the property that we have secured is in Lakeport, and so we're moving forward on that. The BCHIP grant, as Dr. Jones identified, requires a local match, and if we're co-applicants with either a nonprofit or a government agency, that can be 10%. So that's where the opioid settlement funds come in, that they can function as a local match, and helps. It wouldn't be possible without that. So it's fantastic that that's available, and we're very excited about what this will bring to Lake County and to our residents here. So we are actually joint applicants with Redwood Community Services, and the county is working with us on this too. To your question, who owns the property? RQMC, Redwood Quality Management Company, is the owner of the property, and we are working with local contractors, materials, various organizations. So this actually is not only are the services coming in, but this project is also bringing jobs, and the whole construction part of it is all supported locally. So I'm glad to be here today to share this and look forward to making this project happen. Happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Chair. It regards where is this at in the project with the local jurisdiction, where it's going to be located? You have an application in with the city. Is that in the review process, or
yeah, so
trying to get an idea of what the anticipated finalization of that approval would be?
Yes. So we have property in escrow. We haven't closed on it. That's part of what the opioid settlement funds will do is assist with the acquisition. It's about 3.5 acres there behind Taco Bell. And it's zoned C2. We've met with the planning department of the city of Lakeport and with all the directors. It's per their opinion, it's an ideal location for this kind of a facility in terms of public access. It's not in the middle of a housing, kind of development. Utilities are accessible and so forth. So it will be built in the city of Lakeport, but the service, target population is the whole county of Lake County. So the building department there of Lakeport will be over, the building permits and the building of it. Our use permit is through the city of Lakeport. That we have submitted it. We've got the letter back from the things that we need. We do have to follow CEQA, so we'll need a bio survey, a cultural survey. We've done a hazards assessment, biohazard assessment, but it's in the process. There's a site plan, floor plans, elevations, what were submitted. We can make that available to the board too, if you're interested.
Well, you answered my question, which was what was the initial feedback from the city about the project?
Yes.
So
yeah, their feedback was this is ideal in terms of the impact on neighbors, the community, and so forth, and the development. It's basically an empty lot right now, for 2 parcels. Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a question for the board, since you know where I stand on this. I don't see let's say the project defaults. There's nothing about that we get the land, since we might have helped out to get the land. There's nothing about repayment. I'm not seeing a off-ramp of safety for the money being provided here, unless that can be called out and let me know where that is. But I don't see again, this is for a specific project. If the project doesn't occur, I see that whatever money has not been used is given back to us, but nothing about repayment or collateral or anything like that.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to answer that?
Answer,
Or
yes.
respond to that?
Yes.
So the state I don't know if you've read or looked into the BCHIP grant process, the bond grant process. So it's it's pretty mind numbing.
And I'm talking specifically about the $1 million from our opioid settlement.
Understood. So, but the overlay in our contract with the state is that the state actually takes the property if we don't perform, and that then they, work on meeting the service requirements that are part of the grant application. I don't have an answer in terms of the opioid settlement dollars specifically. I'm assuming that would be part of that conversation with the state. The state actually, through the BCHIP, encumbers the property and requires us to provide 30 years of services there to meet the grant requirements. The opioid settlement sort of piggybacks on the state's obligations and requirements. But maybe county council can speak to that.
You said a 30-year requirement.
It's a 30-year obligation, yes. I'll be long gone by then, I'm assuming.
Thank you.
But the programs won't.
Go ahead. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at least in part, Section 4, if we're talking about the proposed agreement that's up for your board's review and approval consideration, Section 4, the termination clause, it does speak to upon termination, a contractor shall be paid just a prorated amount of services provided up to the date of termination. So there's a proration clause there to reflect the payment for the services actually provided. I know it doesn't really speak to the real property issue component, not necessarily, but you have that built in the contract. And then on, I think on the last page of the actual contract, not the signature document, but on page 9 of Exhibit C, the compliance provisions, you also have termination for cause, in which states if RQMC fails to comply with any of the terms of the agreement, including failure to meet the required performance standards, LCBHS may terminate the contract for cause subject to the terms and conditions of the termination clause. In the event of termination, RQMC shall return any unspent OSF funds to LCBHS and shall provide all requested reports, data, and records and related services provided under the agreement. So it is in keeping with the proration clause of Section 4, and that's what I've found so far, at least in part addressing the question of funds or the return of funds.
Can I make one more comment? So there was a question about the RFP for the opioid settlement funds. So we had submitted an application, and I don't remember the exact date, but it was,
Late December?
yeah, somewhere. Anyways, last year, and then there was, and I don't know the internal what happened internally here in Lake County, but that was withdrawn, and we had to reapply with a new RFP notification that went out along with any other applications, and it was reviewed by the Opioid Settlement Fund Committee. As far as I know, it was we had no special treatment because we were, had already been in discussions about it. It started from scratch, as far as I know, and we had to make a complete new RFP application. We were very grateful that the committee found our application to be appropriate to fund, and without it, this project wouldn't happen. So, as far as I know, it was a competitive, fair, and above board process.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead. If there's not any other public comment, I'm going to close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Redwood Quality Management Company, Inc. in the amount of $1,212,019.90 for fiscal year 25 through 29 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next, we have 7.11. Consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Sierra Pathways, a licensed social worker corporation for in the amount of $960,281.57 for fiscal years 25 through 27. Director Jones.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I apologize, but we must move this to a future agenda date. It needs edits.
All right, so we'll push that to a date to be determined. Open it up for the public just in case someone wanted to speak on this. No hands in Zoom. Bring it back to the board and close that item. Is there anything else we have that's yours on here?
Am I done?
I don't think so. I think 7-11 was the last one, right? All right.
I want to thank you, Director Jones. This is just each year we're able to serve more and more people, and this is just fundamentally changing our communities and uplifting our people, and it's your hard work and your team's hard work, so thank you so much.
So I'll go to, I think 7:12 is just a continuation, so I'll read that off. Consideration of update regarding public guardian conservatee BB social services, and it looks like we're going to pull this for, go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Director Dillman requested that. I request that this item be placed on the August 12th agenda.
So we'll be bringing that back on August 12th. I'll go ahead and open it up to the public if there was any comments or questions. None on Zoom. We'll close this item and bring it back next week, it looks like. We'll go on to 7.13, which I'll just read it off. Consideration of contract between County of Lake and Redwood Community Services Incorporated for wraparound services in the amount of $485,000 per fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028, and authorize chair to sign. Looks like this is going to be pulled to a later date as well, but I'll let you go ahead and explain that, CAO.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Director Dillman asks that this item be placed on the date to be determined.
All right. With that, I'll open it up for the public just in case there are any comments. No hands in Zoom. All right, I'll bring it back to the board and we will bring that back at a later date. I don't know if you said next week, but either way, a date to be determined. Next, I'll go back to consent 5.6. Approve the updated bylaws of the Middletown Area Town Hall. You pulled this one?
I did. I think there needs to be a couple of adjustments in there I found, so I'm going to need to address those, and then we'll bring it back.
So bring it back to a later date?
Yes, please. Thank you.
To be determined, okay. I'll open it up for the public just in case there is someone. Sure, it's a town hall, so there's got to be something. All right, I'm telling you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board and we'll look at this another date. All right, so that covers all consent. I think we were at the last timed item, which is, or a non-timed item, I'm sorry. 7.14. Consideration to A, accept the water distribution system previously known as the Western Mutual Water Company inside the Westlake Homes subdivision, and B, accept the wastewater collection system inside the Westlake Homes subdivision. Special Districts Administrator Robin Borey, you have the floor.
Good morning, or good afternoon, board and staff. This item before you has been an item that is prolonged since the mid-'80s when CSA 21 was formed. When they did that, they consolidated multiple areas, including the Westlake Home subdivision, which was called Western Mutual Water at the time. And there's a myriad of maps and documents and all the stuff that says that we have accepted the parcels, we've bought easements, we've done all of this. However, we've been providing water and sewer services to them. However, we have not been maintaining any of the water or sewer lines within the gated community. And I've heard from staff that it was a myriad of reasons, some saying that it was not formally accepted, Others saying it was a technicality based on the some of the pipes weren't to standards. I can find no actual evidence of why we would not be
Can't either.
operating and maintaining all of these lines. I can find nothing that says that they have excluded that. I have been able to verify that when we purchase the shares of stocks from each individual homeowner, which is maybe why they don't have a global easement acceptance for the subdivision, because at this point we were buying them from each individual landowner, where it says that the terms of this agreement provide for the transfer of the in-ground distribution system and all distribution system easements for the total sales. So I think that it's just been a technicality, and this is just a formal action to so that we aren't going back and forth and the next administrator doesn't interpret it a different way, that we actually maintain the lines inside where we are distributing and collecting stuff from the residents. And they've paid for all of it. They were part of the consolidation. They paid for the additional plants. They've been treated like everyone else except the maintenance part.
All right. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I don't know why, for some reason, the attachment's just not opening, no matter how hard I try to open it up from the agenda. I know I went through
The
it.
subdivision maps, and so it's a very large file, so that's probably why it's not.
Oh, gotcha.
We weren't able to open it either.
Huh?
I wasn't able to open that either.
Yeah. So do we accept without a document right now? I guess I'm feeling, I wanted to open it up to review because I don't remember seeing like a official like resolution that as of today, going retroactively to a certain date, whatever. Do we just say accept verbally and there's nothing else to do? I just want to make sure this doesn't happen again. I want to make sure that I was just looking to make sure, because we had a conversation during lunch regarding this slightly, just a small piece of our overall conversation. And there's obviously a lot of evidence as to why this is coming to us today, but it came to us in 2020, I think it was. And we voted the other way because the information provided to us was the reverse of this information. I just want to make sure that the notes that she has is cataloged on record and not just in an office. But I can't open the thing, but if it's just a map, are we just saying yes today? Is that acceptable?
So what was attached?
1 second, Lloyd?
So it speaks to the process of, I will just call it formalizing the acceptance of these two systems, which is what's being proposed to your board as recommendations. It's one thing to recommend that your board, by way of motion, take action to accept these systems, but if there are any other prerequisites to that acceptance, that may lead to another possible item being brought forward to your board to make sure that those requisites, those requirements are met. From staff's, special district staff's board memo, it appears that representations that were made that these systems apparently have been granted in terms of access and possible, access, at least for access to special district staff, to county staff, pursuant to these easements. And at least at this point, it does not appear to be there as part of the agenda packet, the actual easements themselves, but that also speaks to Administrator Bori's statements that the way they did it before, it wasn't a global easement. It wasn't just a one globalized easement applicable to all of the utilities, access to the utilities in that HOA area. So you have that, and then you also have, as your board acknowledged, that outside of the board memo, the document, the other document that was uploaded, apparently there's some accessibility issues there. I'm not sure if in Granicus itself, if that's difficulty is if other participants or other viewers is also having access to that. So between those two issues, one option for your board would be to continue this item to a later date in order to allow for those items and sub-items that I mentioned, at least in part, to be resolved. So that is one option for your board. The other option, of course, is to go with what you have here, which is at this point, if there's accessibility issues to that attachment, to that large document attachment, then all that's before your board right now is just a board memo along with Administrator Bori's statements in her presentation. And the only caveat to that would be if, again, what's presented to your board is just a motion to accept the systems, that speaks to the process of accepting it. And if there are any prerequisites that are found later on to effectuate that acceptance by your board, any other prerequisites, any other procedural requirements that need to take place in order to effectuate that acceptance, then staff may need to bring that back to your board to satisfy those checklist requirements.
Vice Chair, I seen you had your pen up. I didn't know if you wanted to add to that.
Well, I've talked to Robin and both Nancy Ruzicka extensively about this, Nancy is the one that started that project out there at Westlake. And because I've been involved in this for the past couple of months and all the discussions and what I've seen, I feel comfortable that we should be accepting that system. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but I'd also like to hear from the public too, if there's anything.
Right, Robin, I apologize I cut you off, but I was just wanted to hear County Council. Go ahead and if you have.
I just wanted to explain what the attachment was. It was the Westlake subdivision map for the whole subdivision, and that's where the common parcels, so the HOA kind of owned parcels, were accepted for all the utilities. But it didn't talk about each individual home and the way it's set up out there. That's why those are new documents that we have recently received. Admin has graciously given us several boxes that appear to maybe have been from Anita or someone before that has had a lot of this information in there that previous administrators may or not have actually had access to.
All right, thank you. I'll open up for public comment. If you'd like to come up, please.
Nancy Ruzicka. Since in 1993, as stated in the cover document from Robin Bore, the county purchased from each lot owner out there their share of stock. Then the county turned around and charged us on our water bill for part of a loan and on our property taxes. So we got paid for Western Mutual Water Company, which had a tank up on the hill up Parkway, and in our current maintenance yard for the Homeowners Association was a well, another one in another corner of the property. And we sure wish we hadn't had to close those, because we could sure use that in the coming years for water for our landscaping. And I think previously when I appeared at public input, I gave you the history of this. I didn't know where to go. It was getting very frustrating, because when things get older, when you've bought something, say you buy a used car, you don't go back to the person that sold it to you and said, hey, you got to continue to maintain this thing. I bought it from you. When you buy something, you take over the responsibility. Well, Robin has been wonderful getting to the bottom of this. And when you move your office or your home, you find some old documents, right? And I found a copy of the purchase of our share of stock for a house we had bought for my mother. And then we bought at a foreclosure sale more units at Westlake. So I've been close to this ever since the 80s, when Ruzicka Engineering designed Westlake as a planned unit development. The County of Lake did not want the roads to be public. They had paid you'd all paid a lot of money for repaving some roads up above Clear Lake Oaks, and the developer said, fine, we'll make it gated. So then all of a sudden, Special District says, oh no, we're not going out there and repairing these lines, that we're charging you the same amount for water and sewer as we charge everyone else in the North Lake Port. And you have paid for the new district. And because we don't go on public property. Well, you didn't want the streets, but your easements were recorded with the county surveyor in 1993. Let's see, there was something else I was going to mention, something about a technicality. And actually that happened later, because if you were able to see a copy of these construction plans, right down here on the left-hand corner, they were accepted 12 years before by the county engineer, and they had a special districts. County engineer Eugene Collins in 1981, and Gary Brown, who was the head of special districts. Then on page 14, there is a final note in the plan saying that everything was done according to county standards, and it listed, the different resolutions at the time. So when it was built, it met all county standards. When it was purchased by the county, you accepted it. So we have been paying for the maintenance, and there's a lot of, it started out as a retirement community. It was one of the downturns in the economy, and it didn't survive. And it was one of the first, the only one I knew of in the country at the time where development was actually shut down by the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, because the partners of the developers was a savings and loan in Santa Rosa. And it sat for 8 years. That means the lines weren't used too much. There were a few homes that were sold, maybe 8, 10 out of 54. It's a 54-unit development. But my point is that all these years, special district says, oh, no, we're not going to pay for the maintenance. Well, you don't send people a water bill the same as you send the rest of North Lakeport, and yet you pay for their maintenance. It's not a mobile home park where, one owner pays all the water and sewer bill. So anyway, enough of me. If you have any questions for me, I have many points, and I feel like I already went over them once, and I have beat this thing to death, and Robin's been wonderful about getting on, and I know she's got a lot of other things to do, but it was time to get this settled once and for all, especially when there was a huge water leak on Lakeshore Boulevard, and the district was losing a lot of water into the lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, it's erroring out every single time. I'm not able to open it. I must have failed when I was getting ready for this agenda. I know I read through the memo. I don't remember ever seeing an attachment. I don't know if the attachment was placed afterwards, but if it was always there, I never saw it. And the fact that it's unavailable, I think we're approving something based on a memo, not based on evidence brought to us that is on record, and I think that this requires at least, I would love to see it on the consent agenda so we can easily push it through as long as the evidence is made available, because we need to solve this problem, and I just want to make sure it's on record. Right now, if we approve it, there's nothing on record but a memo.
Okay.
Well, we can do different sheets next time, or maybe compress it. It's 8 pages. It takes a while on my computer, but.
Any recommendations over here? I know that I'm on. If Brad, if you're comfortable with it, I'm ready to move forward. I do agree. I didn't see it either, but it's your district. If you're comfortable with it,
I'm comfortable with it based on my conversations with Robin and extensively, and talking to Nancy and knowing the history. Every house has a county meter. It's not. And the lines go underneath the public roadway on Lakeshore Boulevard. the way this is outlined is we're not going to be responsible for if we have to dig up a sidewalk, then we'll dig it up and fix the line, and then the homeowner's going to have to fix the sidewalk behind it. But based on what I know, I'm comfortable, but at the same time, if the board prefers, we can put it on consent agenda next week with the map in there. I'm not going to argue against that if that makes
Susan,
the board feel more comfortable.
Okay, I thought I seen you like ready to. Does it need 4? It needs 3, yeah, that's what yeah.
Will the maps be included with it once if we vote on it now, the maps will be included with it?
Yeah, she's talking to Robin.
Yeah, the maps we have, all these maps, we've also found a whole nother set of maps that outline exactly where they're the as-built maps showing where all of the lines and stuff are. And so we have that map, we have the subdivision map where they accepted the subdivision parcels that were not private owners. And then, and I have Nancy's here just because hers was on top of what we purchased. So that's why they didn't come as formal acceptance of easements, is my guess, is because we went through and purchased them when each share we purchased. That's how we got Western Mutual Water, is we purchased the shares from the homeowners, and then that's where they gave us the easements and the infrastructure.
So basically, we're accepting the whole enchilada. We just can't access it right now.
You guys can't see it. You can't open the subdivision map, but over the years, I think we have technically accepted it. And so I just want to formalize that, yes, we're going to maintain it.
That's what
I mean, we obviously are using it. We're the ones that have the meters on there. We're billing all the residents. We're, using the collection system to take everything to Northeast or Northwest treatment plant, and our water system is completely tied in. I mean, it's it kind of benefits us more than it hinders us to actually maintain this section of the system that could be a catastrophic failure to either one of our systems. If we're not maintaining it, they could have huge sewer leaks. We could they could lose huge amount of water out of the system, that kind of stuff. So it's actually a really good benefit for us to actually be out there looking at it.
But do you have some, no? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I stated before, if your board were to move forward with the 2 recommended actions, it would not be based on those maps because they're not accessible, as your board discovered. And so it would be solely based on the representations made on the memo, and as well as the comments made by Administrator Bore and other public comments and discussion that took place at this hearing. If your board is moving forward with the action, it would be based on those, not on the technical details of the map, because it's not before your board.
Right. Any other comments or want to move forward?
Yeah, with that, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion, starting with A, accept the water distribution system previously known as Western Mutual Water Company inside the Westlake Homes subdivision. Should I do it separately?
Yes, because it involves 2 different systems.
Okay, so that's the first motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
And the second, continuing, would be accept the wastewater collection system inside the Westlake Homes subdivision.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, that concludes 7.14. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the information, Nancy. We appreciate that.
On behalf of the Westlake Homeowners Association, which I am a board member of, I want to thank you all for finally clarifying this. It's really been very upsetting. The last incident, the sewer was overflowing, and I was very worried that it was going to go under a building and under Parkway and down a ditch into Clear Lake, and the county had a big fine. So we called out Roto-Rooter, and they took care of it. But I don't know if future boards, just like you don't know how a future board is going to react to the things you do, would be that considerate of the county. So thank you for finally clarifying this. It's caused me a lot of sleepless nights the last 30 years when I knew this was wrong. And staff, I don't think they wanted to come out of the office and deal with it, quite frankly, in the past. So really appreciate current staff and especially Robin. Thank you so much. I don't know if any of our board members are listening, or if you have, I told them it'd probably be around 4 o'clock and it's only 2:45. So we are a community of local retirees, have moved from bigger homes into smaller ones, many single women who don't want to be out in the middle of nowhere alone and like the gates, and people who come up on weekends. And 2 of our board members are weekenders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that is our full agenda except for 7.1, calendars. Yeah. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
All right.
So we haven't had a regular meeting for 2 weeks. I went to the grand jury swearing in on the 25th of July. Also that day I attended the Thule Boat Festival, and I was excited to see all the organizations out there, and also some of our own county departments, including Water Resources and the museum, which I saw there. Also at the end of July, I had a financial audit committee meeting for the county financial audit committee meeting. I had a meeting today with the Lakeport Unified School District. No, I'm sorry, that was Monday. And then tonight I'll go to the Lakeport City Council meeting. Tomorrow I have a meeting with Soper Reese staff to try to help them out. They want to put together a kind of a fire prevention education type of a town hall next month. Tomorrow I'll also have a meeting with the Lakeport mayor. And on Thursday, I'm going to attend the Northern Rural Energy Network Energy Efficiency Public Agency Focus Group meeting at City Hall in Lakeport. I'll be attending the COC General and Executive Committee meetings on Thursday, and then a monthly meeting with Lakeport City Manager on Friday. Thank you.
All right.
Tomorrow I've got some meetings, constituent meetings, and getting ready for school. School starts on Thursday, so I'm also doing orientations and a bunch of kid things the next 2 days, or actually tomorrow. Thursday is the first day of school for Middletown. I'm going to be all day with the RCD and the local work group. Morning session is agriculture and rangeland. The afternoon session is forest health and wild resilience. And then Friday, I've got a planning call and a doctor's appointment. And then Supervisor Sabatier's birthday's on Saturday. That's on my calendar.
What?
It's not even on my calendar.
Monday, I have my meeting with CAO Parker, but we're very excited. Vice Chair Rasmussen and I have been working with the Cold Creek work group with Director Dr. Upadhyay on getting the work started. So that's starting, fingers crossed, everything's still a go Monday, to really work on those. There's sediment, there's vegetation, there's all kinds of blockages. There's been incredible flooding for the past 5 years or so. So we're really excited to get that work going. And I have a big shout out to the Water Resources Department and the community members who've been attending our monthly meetings and are showing up with all of their tools to get this work going. So hope I can get out there in the beginning of the week and see what's going on. And then back here on Tuesday.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me see. I had a meeting, or I went to the Gwinnett Maha project. They had a kind of a, they showed us what was going to be going on out there, and we had to tour yesterday. We had a Valley Fire meeting for the celebration, or not celebration, but recognition for the 10-year anniversary of the Lake County Valley Fire. And we had that last week, and I think we have another one coming up this week, do we?
I think this week our meetings are separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have that coming up. We've been working on that project, Jessica and I. Tomorrow I have a lunch meeting, and then Thursday I was planning on attending the Ag Rangeland at 9 a.m., the same as Supervisor Jessica, and the Forest Health at 1. I also have a math meeting at 6:30, and that will be with Caltrans. They're going to be coming to the Middletown math meeting. I'm going to probably watch the special meeting for the Maha project and the planning on Friday. And I have a couple of other meetings I still haven't gotten lined up yet. One of them will be with the Hidden Valley Lake. I want to tour the levee out there with their issues with the Buda Creek levee. So that's it.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yes, give me 1 second. Supposed to go to Maha, trying to figure out if that's still going to happen for tomorrow. Got some COC meetings for the rest of the day, especially the housing navigation, really having good outcomes but difficult outcomes because just the lack of housing, hence the importance of the HAIP that we just went through. I am the host for Judge's Breakfast this month. We're starting this week with Brock Falkenberg, our Superintendent of Schools for Lake County. The following week will be Maha Project presenting to the Judge's Breakfast. The following week will be Chair Crandall. And then the 28th will close out with Congressman Thompson. And so looking forward to all of those presentations. The following day, I'm going to be helping out with a lot of stuff regarding PEG. Need to really clean out our studio and get it ready for our next project. COC meeting all the way through and finishing up the day with City Council meeting. Meeting with SLR on Friday. And that's all that I have so far. And then on the 11th, there'll be a concert in the park in the city of Clear Lake. That's what I'm planning to do for my birthday. Coming in on Monday, CSAC Health Committee will be meeting. We're meeting with Homerton Haven from the old juvenile hall to check in on their data entry, and also meeting with our lived experience group. So the COC, the Continuum of Care, has taken up quite some time. And then we'll be back here on the 12th. But before that, on the 12th will be National Night Out. I don't know if the city of Lakeport is doing that on the same day or
They're
not.
doing theirs in October.
Oh, it's in October. But that will be happening in Austin Park in the city of Clear Lake, National Night Out at 5 p.m. That's all I got right now.
Supervisor Sabatier, the 7th, is that the date or is it further out? For Judge's Breakfast?
That is the 21st.
Okay, that's what I thought. I have it there, and I was like, I thought when you mentioned it, I thought you said the 7th. I was like, oh, man, okay. I'll make it work.
Didn't mean to make your heart race.
All right, so tomorrow I have the East Region Town Hall in Clear Lake Oaks. Following that, I'll go out to Spring Valley, CSA number 2. Thursday, waiting on confirmation. That might be my day to go out and see Gwinnett. Let's see. Oops, I just pushed that down. There we go. Friday, we have the SLR meeting. I think there's a meeting we have to talk about the ever so loving situation with Scott Dam. 7.2, I'm sorry, not 7.2, sorry.
Nice.
Monday, Surf, that's what it is, Surf. I usually don't do this, but I'm going to just put something out there for Saturday as well. Jose Canseco is going to be at Robinson Rancheria, and the reason I bring this up is because, I mean, if you grew up during the time I did, it was a big deal. I know he's not in the Hall of Fame or nothing, but he was a big part of the Bay Area in California, Northern California back in the days because of the A's. So just letting you know he'll be there. I think it's from like 11 to 2, or no, 10 to 4. So yeah, just throwing that out there for anyone that wants to go see a pro baseball player. Yeah, so that's all I have for this week. Next we have closed session, right? I will. 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, Water Resources Director. 8.2, Public Employee Appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Interviews for Public Works Director, Appointment of Public Works Director. And 8.3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, FERC Proceeding Number P77 Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. 8.4, Employee Grievance Complaint pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. With that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you for tuning in with us. Welcome back from closed session. Was there any action to be taken out of closed session?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's going to be 2 motions. First one, I move to approve the decision in the employee grievance complaint pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, initially heard on July 8th, 2025, and subsequently continued to July 22nd, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Second motion, I move to deny the employee grievance complaint pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, initially heard on July 8th, 2025, and subsequently continued to July 22nd, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. With that, we've covered everything on the agenda, and we will adjourn.